Hello, 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 my incredibly generous, precious pals. How are you? Hi! Thank you for my pal attack! Oh my gosh, look, I'm so good at catching pals! Mwah! Mwah! Moss! Oh, mwah! Mwah! Thank you so much for the pal attacks, you guys! And I will, of course, do my usual thankies all the way down, like turtles. But first, I must say, an incredibly, grateful, humbled thank you, my precious, precious pals, for the outstanding support before we even got on screen. Thank you so much, Awesome Aussie, with the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted subbies. Thank you ever so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, amazing Aussie, and thank you so very much, terrific Talon, as well, for the additional 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted subbies. I so appreciate it. You guys are far too kind. Thank you so much. And Omega, thank you so much for the congrats on partner again, and thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you, darling. And thank you for my pal hat. See the shadow gun. Thank you guys so much for a level 3 hype train. That's fucking crazy. And once more, right off the bat too, before we even got on screen, absolutely incredible. You guys rock. Thank you so very much, cutie pies. I really do appreciate it. Just a quick note for you, in case you didn't know, in case this is your first stream since we become partner, which was only like day before yesterday, but you know, we do have a limited time badge, a Tau girl or a Tau gal badge. It's only available in this channel, so if you get it, you can't wear it other places. But if you would like it, all you have to do, because I wanted to make it as easy as possible for you guys, 3 subs or more, you'll get it. Or watching 10 hours of the stream, you'll get it. Okay, it's the same badge. It's just that I think one of them has tildes on the end. As usual, I wanted to make sure that you guys got the most. I wanted to make it as accessible as possible. So even if you cannot afford to like buy the badge, so to speak, you can still just enjoy the content. Hopefully you enjoy the content. If you want the badge, but you don't enjoy the content, I'm just not sure why you're here, you know what I mean? So yeah, you can either watch 10 hours this week, or you can get 3+ subs. But yes, I just wanted to start that up because I meant to do that when when we did our outfit debut, but I literally forgot the entire week. And so I was like, I gotta do that sometime. So partner week it is. Incredible Iceland! Hi, sweetie. Thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. How are you? It is so good to see you. I have missed you terribly. Let me see here. I also see some other incredible pals with some outstanding streaks, like Radical Radish with the 220 stream streak as well. Thank you so very much, Radish. And Awesome Aussie with the 300. Whoa. Your streak broke my voice. 375 stream streak. That is insane. 25 away from 400. It is creeping. That's the sound of creeping, by the way. Exceptional engagement. Thank you for the 20 stream streak, and I see many uppies on that one. So uppies for you, Engage. Uppies. Good, Engage. Thank you so much for the 220. 200 is with an additional 0. Note to self. Nick, Smato / Jam Slice. Thank you for the 180 stream streak. Incredible, hun. Thank you. And thank you for the care package. Sweet Spider. Welcome on in. Yummy. Thank you for the pal attacks. Awesome. Wait, okay. Awesome Aussie, thank you for the pal attack. Exceptional Engage, thank you for the pal attack. Terrific Talent, thank you for the pal attack. Nick Smato / Jam Slice, thank you for the pal attack. Swedish Shadow Gun, thank you for the pal attack. Incredible Eisen, thank you for the pal attack. Incredible Eisen, thank you for another pal attack. Incredible Eisen, thank you for the third pal attack. And that's all of them. Okay. Oh, Isaac and Citizen Saturnus both have 50 stream stories. Thank you so much, cutie pies. I so appreciate it. Thank you, my darlings. Okay, I can finally start reading your guys' incredible, lovely, sweet like candy, sweet like cookies, sweet like sweet texts. Lovely little welcome on in. Speaking of sweet, how are you doing, sweet tea? It's so good to see you making any delicious foods. Not that I need to ask, I know you are. Joseph, hi there, lovely Joseph. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. It was great to see you in Pocky's stream. Can I get a shout out for Pocket Chalk? You guys, that girl made me cry today. She made me cry while she was streaming. She said really sweet things about me, and I was like, oh, fuck. No. Pocket Chalk is amazing, dude. She was so fucking, she is such a fucking sweetheart, dude. Oh my god, I love her so much. If you guys haven't checked out Pocket Chalk, she's a dear friend of mine, dear friend of the channel. And man, does she just kind of sees me, I think, and it's very strange to be seen and perceived. You know what I mean? But she is an angel. If you like my energy, and if you like interactivity, she is a fucking legend in both realms. She is super, super high energy. She is super, super interactive. She has like the sharpest fucking wit. She's an owl VTuber. And you know, there are times where she really does let that like wise owl out, and it's very cool to see, but she did that towards me today, and I was like, making a black forest cake this Friday. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Lovely little bit. Please send me pics. Please send me pics. Precious Pocket is adorable. Glad you recommended her. I'm so glad that you went to go and check her out. She is absolutely outstanding, isn't she? Truly, truly, right up there with the best streamers on this platform. Awesome Aussie, welcome on in. Excuse me, I'm getting sick. Anyway, Nix, you saw that? Yes, I saw a Nix, I saw a Joseph, I saw a Seru. Did I see anybody else from our community over there? Just this morning. Let me see here. Nix wants some uppies. Good, Nix. Thank you for that blessings, cuties. VX, hi there, VX. Hello, approved Twitch girl. Hello! No one has approved me at all. I'm just a little gremlin. Awesome Aussie gets uppies too. Good Aussie. 10 hours of stream? Easy day. Need no excuse to watch that much of Tau. Oh, thank you. It's not. We are not streaming for 10 hours today. But it's that 10 hours throughout the whole week. You know what I mean? And we are going to be streaming over 20, so even if you can barely make it for half of them, you'll still get a badge just by watching. Let me see here. Outstanding Omega Jojo. Hi, sweetie. How are you? Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate it, and the congrats as well. It's so good to see you, lovely Joseph. Surprise communism, indeed. The checkmark is cool and all, but Save has a much cooler hat. That is fact. That is fact. Don't worry. We will not be replacing the Save hat with the partner badge. In fact, what I'll probably do is I'll put the partner badge on Friday when we do art. I'll put the partner badge lower on my forehead, and then I'll put Save on top of my head where he belongs. Because guess what? If you haven't checked out the tweet of Save File 17, we have to catch up on our shout out battle. He shouted us out like 6 times yesterday. / shout out to Slit of Save File 17. I don't know if we can because we just shouted out Pucky, but at least we can do the exclamation. You guys, if you haven't checked out Suda Safe File 17, he's a dear friend of mine. He is an outstanding person. Super, super grounded. Kind of my opposite in like energy, but like such an exceptional vibe. He's so smart, he's so funny, he's so grounded, he's so much fun to talk to, very interactive. And he plays a lot of really cool stuff. Yesterday he was doing a rhythm game, which is kind of sick. He was like, I'm not good at rhythm games. And then he did a really good job, so. So there. He's also a mod for our channel, which is so sweet of him. And BT Dubs, both Pocky and Save, we would not have gotten this without them. They were so helpful with their raids, their supports, their shoutouts. They were just, they are fantastic friends, dude. I love both of these people so much. Let me see here. Engage. Hi! How are you? Prime. Hi, precious para. How are you? It's good to see you. Yeah, Save is my favorite not furry. Save is my favorite not furry too. Look at him go. Is he a furry? Is he not? I don't know. He's got the Helvier Darkraven clip. He's got the Seru emotes. I don't know. Let's see. This weekend, I gathered some stuff for a compact travel bartending setup so I can mix up drinks whenever. Gonna test drive it on a trip. Need to pre-batch my rum blends today or tomorrow and pick up some limes. Wow. Damn, Engage. That's crazy. That sounds pretty cool. That sounds pretty cool. I hope that you enjoy it, but drink responsibly. Don't drive. Amazing Alec, thank you for contributing to the movie night challenge. I do appreciate it. Talon, thank you so much once more for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. That's so, so kind of you. Thank you. So Luna! Hello, lovely Luna. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you again, darling. Welcome on in. I'm just looking at the purple check mark. I am so happy for Tal. Oh, sweetie, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We could not have done this without you. Without you and all of our other precious pals and the amazing support and you guys showing up and you guys engaging the community. I'm so grateful to have every single one of you, darling. Let me see. Talon, thank you for contributing to the Storytime stream as well. And Talon as well to the movie night. And that's actually as far up as it's letting me scroll today. That's like way less than usual, isn't it? Or is that the right amount? I don't know. I don't know. Thank you for the blessings. Lovely Lolbit. Thank you so very much for the uppies and the congratulations. Thank you. And awesome Aussie. Thank you for gifting that sub to my lovely friend, the fabulous Lilbit. Thank you, darling Aussie. That's very thoughtful of you. And lovely Lilbit, I hope that you enjoy ad-free viewing and handmade emotes while you make Black Forest cake. Yummy! Yummy! Oh, Lith and I were there too, but we popped in later being lurky and all. Aha! My lovely lurkers. Thank you, lovely Lith. Thank you, Sweetest Strap, for joining us in the Precious Pockies channel. Sweetest Space Guy, welcome on in. How are you? We're doing 24 hours, obviously. We are, but not today. You guys need to make sure that you show up on Thursday for our hand cam stream because we are going to be brainstorming what we want to do and when and how the layout will be for our 24-hour stream to celebrate partner and maybe to celebrate my birthday. Maybe. Magnificent Massa, thank you for the 35 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much, CD Pie. Much appreciated. How are you doing? If yesterday counted, then by the end of this stream, most people should get the badge. Oh, that's true. And yes, it did count. Actually, Nick, that's a really good point. There you go. I made a Tau pun and you got a bonus shout out. Oh, good job, Engage. I love it. I love a Tau pun. Just sneak those in there. Yeah. Allow me to infiltrate Save's brain. Yes. Renata. Hi, lovely Renata. How are you? Thank you for the catnip tea. Yum, 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 yum. Thank you. And I give you back some Tau nip. No. Black Forest tea. Here you go. I send more Tau Bell. Oh, that's good. I like that. That's good. Hey there, dearest Dime. Welcome on in. How was your appointment yesterday? I hope you have good news. Yeah, I had a few appointments.
167.
They didn't go all great, but beautiful bit. Thank you so much for the race. I so appreciate it. 167. Nani? Thank you so much for the 16 months, beautiful bear. I really do appreciate it. And welcome on in. How are you? Congrats on getting your purple spoiler. Hey, thank you. I love my little purple spoiler. Look at him go. He's not as big as other spoilers, but he's mine. Precious Perry. Precious Perry. Thank you so much for contributing to the Foddy and Game Challenge. Oh my God. We don't actually have to shout out Perry because I don't think Perry streams, but Perry, how do you feel, bud? Do you feel like you earned this too? The reason I'm saying that is because Perry Arti was the very first person. He was my first viewer, or the first one who talked in chat. The very first message to ever pop up on this channel ever was Perry. So Perry has watched me go from, you know, one viewer to what we have now, and also partner, which is so cool. And I'm so grateful that you stuck with me all this time, Precious Pial. I hope that you have enjoyed your time with me, and I hope you'll continue to, and I am so grateful. It's so surreal to have you here over 3 years from when you first came in. I'm so grateful to have you, Precious Perry. Sweeta Sulfur, thank you for continuing the storytelling stream challenge. Let me see here. Oh, and also just generally, hi, Sweeta Sulfur, how are you? Let me see. I'm fine at work, but I gotta build some Gundam over the weekend. Ooh, that's fun. That sounds really fun. I hope you have a great time. Just got curious, I'm trying a Discord alternative. Right now I'm trying one called Fluxer. I would love to do a Discord alternative if there was like something that was as accessible, I suppose, and as widely uptaken as Discord, you know what I mean? Let me see. Nani? Nani bear? I'm a partnered streamer now. Question about the badge. When someone reaches the 10-hour mark, will there be a notification that they got it? Or, I actually am not sure, Nix. That's a good question. If anyone finds out, you know, in the next couple of days, because we are gonna be streaming, I'm gonna see you for 4 days from now. So like we got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So at some point in there, I imagine that some people start just like, it'll start, you know, spawning in your badge inventory. Nobody treat me as an unk, please. Don't worry, lovely Perry. I don't think anyone's gonna treat you as an unk. But I do appreciate it. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being so dedicated, really. Yeah, it's been so long, and I'm so grateful. Let's see. Oh, look, it's time for another Tau stream. Hi, gorgeous gift mix. How are you? It's so good to see you. How are things? How are things? How are things? How was Sherwood? How was Sherwood? Did you have fun? It was a really good time. Built one with my family while we watched Spider-Man on Saturday, and on Sunday I built a big one after watching the new Spider-Man. That's awesome. It was a Spider-Man and mech building weekend. Got it. Thank you for the care package of some Aussie. Much appreciated. Yummy. You should get notifications of any badges. Aha! There you go! Aussie knows it. I applied to a new local job and it pays good, so wish me luck. Hell yeah, Magnificent Mazan! Best of luck, sweetheart. You've got this in the bag. I'm so excited for you. I'm waiting to do gift subs till tomorrow. If the Unicorn Mount event is still going. Aha! That's smart, Shadowgun. I see you. I see you strategizing. Yes, I believe it is still going on, so don't you worry about that. And we are playing Final Fantasy tomorrow, so we will be doing that. And I am greatly appreciative in advance if you do decide to follow through with that. I touched grass. Sherwood was great. That's awesome, gorgeous geeks. Gonna go for like walks and jogs through there from now on. Hey, Zalrock, thank you for the plugs. Gundam and Spidey weekend. It was great. That's awesome. I'm so happy to hear it. And Gorgeous Gecko. Hi, Gorgeous Gecko. Ow. Ah. I have something in my eyeball. Ow. Ah. Okay. All right, you guys. Let's talk about what we're doing today. If I could get my, oh my gosh. Okay, I fixed it. Let's see. Let's talk about what games we can play today. These were all suggestions from the Precious Pals. I will show you guys. There's even a little horsey game that Strat suggested, and I was like, well, I guess if you insist. I do have to finish the Gundam I worked on. He needs weapons and stickers, so I'm gonna finish that tonight. That's a great idea, Mass. And when you're all done, feel free to post it in the Discord. We'd love to see it. You can probably put in art or IRL, either one, whichever one you prefer, but I would call that art. You're gonna love that game. I'm so excited. I'm probably gonna be like, it reminds me of Riding Star. It reminds me of Riding Star. That sounds like something I would say. All right. Let me see here. Okay. So let's start by looking at Horses of Hoofprint Bay. Wait, I'm gonna have to type the thing in, aren't I? Oh, no, I'm not. Okay. You guys, this is Horses of Hoofprint Bay. This is a lovingly hand-drawn 2D point-and-click barn build-up game. You get to take care of your horses and train them to build up their strength and confidence and compete for prize money. And you get to breed adorable foals. And you get to hire and manage staff. And you get to build the stable of your dweebs. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, little bit? It's okay, I'm over it. Okay. Trees Hate You. That is another one that we are going to look at. So we can look at that one next. Trees Hate You looks hilarious and a bit Faudian. So hike through the worst forest full of the most horrible trees. Do not trust them. The trees will trick you. They will bully you. They will hurt you. If only you could find an axe. So that's Trees Hate You. Imagine that there's going to be a wide variety of emotions from me on this day, because we're gonna go from like Horses of Hoofprint Bay, where we're like, this is so relaxing. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, and then we're gonna get this one and be like, fuck, I fucking hate trees. Anyway, that one is also available. We also have Moonlight Peaks. This is actually a suggestion from the wonderful gorgeous geeks in the chat. Beautiful Briggy. Welcome to your new vampiric life in the magical town of Moonlight Peaks. Raise mystical crops, learn spell casting and potion making, and befriend or even romance the local werewolves, witches, and mermaids in this heartwarming supernatural life sim. Eternity awaits. So that's another one that we could play. Let's see. It looks super cozy. It does look super cozy. Loopbound. Ooh, can I get a slash shout out for lovely Neo Greg, who is actually currently live, I believe. But we're gonna play. This was his suggestion. He played it for a sponsored segment on his stream.
11 months.
Jay!
1 more until 1 year.
Hey, let's go! Thank you so very much, hon. I really appreciate it, Jay. You're so close to a year indeed. Thank you so much for the amazing support, hon. I do appreciate your generosity and kindness. Thank you. But yes, Neo Greg did did Lootbound as a sponsored part of his stream. Last week I think it was last week. And it looked cool. So I believe that that Strat did put this in here to remind us that I wanted to try it. So those are all your potential games for the day. Trees Hate You is based on a true story. No way. That's not possible. But you guys, if you haven't checked out the lovely Neo Guy, please do. He is also an outstanding streamer. He's got bangers playing. I was lurking in his stream for a bit while I was out on my jog with Coda. I didn't even have to turn on my own music because he just had some absolute fucking bangers playing. I was so good to run to them. And he's also been unbelievably supportive of us and this stream and getting partner and everything. So, yeah, please go check him out if you haven't yet. He plays a lot of cool, he's also a Hearthstone streamer, but he plays some sponsored stuff afterward oftentimes. And this was one of his more recent ones. Dearest Daniel, uppies. Yes, good Daniel. Can we have a death counter for Truth Hate You? I guess so. Once I hit 3, okay, I won't count them until I hit 3, because what if I go through the effort to put on the counter and then it winds up being like, oh, I'm actually so good at this game. That's not gonna happen. I know it won't, but you're an outstanding streamer. Oh, Zalrock, you're so sweet, honey. Thank you so much. I just have an outstanding community that makes it really, really fun to scream into a microphone for a few hours. But yes, you guys. Okay, so you know, all of our, oh, wait, I don't think I actually read this. I think I just showed this to you. Free demo. Lootbound is a tactical loot management roguelike. Start solo, build your party on the way, choose routes, risks, and rewards, equip heroes and companions, and craft a build to face a final boss shaped by your choices. Turn-based, synergies, fair difficulty. Yeah, so we're gonna put that poll up now. Better search for DCSB for the death counter. It's true, I do have it. But I'll let you guys vote on what demo first. As usual, we have enough time to play an hour of each one, but if there is a demo you particularly really enjoy, we can move any of these demos, one of them, like, over to over to next week's. Fuck it, we could probably put more than one over there if you guys really want to just play something else this week. But let's see. So we've got horsies, we got Lootbound, we got Cozy Vampires. Cozy Vampire. I'm not really naming it. And then Trees Be Evil. All right. Let me know what you would like. You got 2 minutes. Please do vote. The poll
Yugi, I don't
live.
understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. Hi, Zelacella. How are you? It's so good to see you. Need to get something to eat. The collective is getting annoyed. What do you mean the collective is getting annoyed? That's Owie. Do you mean your family? Lovely. How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I got here just in time. Excellent. Hi there, nerd. Welcome on in. Reminder of the game server suggestion on Discord. Oh, thank you, Nix. Yes, so you guys, just so you know, as a thank you guys to helping us get to partner, and just in case you're interested, we won't do it if there's not like, probably, I don't know, 20 upvotes on one of these, but if you go to the Discord, and I'm gonna actually show you where it is. Okay, if you go to the Discord and you go to suggestions for stream and Discord right here, okay? If you go here and scroll to the bottom, you'll see this message from me. As a thank you for helping us get to partner, would you guys be interested in a community server for any game? Pal World, V Rising, etc. If so, please comment your suggestion below, and if you see someone has already suggested your desired game, just give it a thumbs up. It looks like a lot of people wanted the Pal World server, but I probably need another 10 people who are interested in this. I also suggested Palia, because even though that's not like a, that's not a server side thing, that's an MMO, that would be a very cozy game that we could all play if you guys wanted to. There's also Ark that Shadowgun has suggested, but yeah, please go on in here, suggest something if you are interested. If that's not something of interest to you, then no need to. But, or alternatively, go thumbs up something if you agree with it. You guys got 20 seconds! Trees Be Evil is in the lead there. Is that your preference? Is that your preference? Because it's got 6 to Horsies 4 to Cozy Vampire 3 to... Ooh, Cozy Vampire is tied with Horsies now. But Trees Be Evil looks like that might be our very first game. All right. What channel was that? That was in the stream, that's in suggestions for stream and Discord, lovely Space Cat. Let me see here. Oh, Nerd, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Hey, the sweetest Sedu. And you enjoying spending more time with Pocky these days? I understand, that's fine, me too. I love spending time in Bucky's stream. It's best to get the rage game out of the way personally. That's actually a good point. Yeah, everything else should be relatively, I'm gonna guess that as far as like chill vibes go, it'll be from least to most. Probably Trees Be Evil, then Lootbound, then Cozy Vampire, then Horsies. Unless the Horsies are surprisingly stressful. Let me see. Engage the crazy shrubbery. Just be clear to vote for something if you can actually play it, because servers do cost. That's true, yeah. Only give something a thumbs up if you would actually play it, okay? Not just if you would like the vibes of knowing that it's there. Because servers cost money. So that's one of the reasons that I'm like, I need at least 20 people to be interested in one of these. Demo day, I wonder if we're gonna relive the day of no airplane. No, we are not. Well, Palia doesn't. That is also true. Palia does not. But to be fair, if you guys do just want to play Palia, you guys can just go play Palia. We do have a Palia channel in our game and schedule forum section. I'll be heading to bed in like an hour whilst still watching. Hoping we hit a cozy game by the time I'm in bed. Hard to sleep to rage. That's fair, geeks. Actually, then this is perfect, because yeah, I think we are probably going to jump on into the most rage-filled game right now, and then we will hopefully be not as ragey. Hopefully we'll be not as ragey after that. Okay. Let me see here. Let me go open it up. My ads are still broken since we became partner. Like, I can't actually, it says no ads scheduled, even though it should be telling me a certain amount of time. So I will let you guys know when we need to go on a break, because I can't even run them right now, so. To be honest, I suggested Arc Ascended, not Arc Evolved. I think it was Nyx who originally suggested Arc Evolved. Oh, okay, I actually don't know anything about the arcs, my bad. Lovely, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. A pre-rage. Hello there. Hello there, sweetest. We just shouted you out, but I want to give you another shout out. Save is amazing. He's so freaking sweet. He's super patient, lovely, and smart, and interactive, and down to earth, and grounded, and super funny. Oh my god, I was watching Save while I was in my while I was waiting for my doctor yesterday, and I was like giggling to myself like a little fucking gremlin in the corner of a silent doctor's office, and people were like looking at me like. And I was trying to be quiet, so I was going. Lovely Luna! Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, and thank you so much, Awesome Aussie, for the care package. Scientific bassist! Hello, this is your Dr. Tau. I am writing because of the disturbance you caused. Please don't reject me. Please don't reject me, I hate rejection. Welcome on in, lovely bassist. How are you? I hope you're doing incredibly well, darling. Also, excellent, Eugene. Thank you for contributing to Movie Night. Tau's so sweet, enthusiastic, and medicated. I'm not medicated! I'm supposed to be, but they were out of my meds. I'm supposed to be experiencing medication, but they were out of my meds. Rude. Okay. Sorry, one sec. I'm just gonna switch this over to angry trees. Trees hate me? Trees hate you. Trees hate you. Okay. Okay. There we go. Welcome to a game that may make me scream.
Hello, motherfucker.
Okay. Ta-da! Okay. English. I'm gonna guess that it's quiet for now. It's quiet for now. Holy shit, save! That's crazy! Thank you so much for 140! 140 stream streak is bananas! Thank you so much. I probably should have said hi with this, but it hadn't popped up yet. Hello there! Hello there. To dangerously unmedicated Tau. What can I say? Aren't I more fun this way anyway? I'm just kidding. I don't actually take any meds for the mental. I just have like problems breathing, which actually I suppose deprivation of oxygen to the brain. I guess that could actually, like, in a roundabout way, involve the mental. Excellent, Ian. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you for my pal hat, and thank you for the balding. How are you doing today, sweetheart? Caffeinated chocolate is all the medication you need. Yeah. You got something on your head, Tau? Yes, it is a cute little Eon pal. Thank you for my Eon pal. That means Tau is extra chaotic today. Ah, yes, deprive my brain of oxygen and it will be. Note that I didn't say anything about mental. You did. Wow. Oh, fuck. Hold on a second. Bruh. My, My my interface is dying on me. 6 months after getting it. Jesus. Oh, Nerd, thank you for the cowgoyle outfit. Boop. Oh no! Okay. So scary. What the fuck? Okay, this ad thing is so fucked up. It's saying we have an ad starting in 1 minute, so maybe we go on a break before we get into this. Lovely La! Thank you so much for the 110 stream story. Thank you. On the 110th day I almost read that as traumas. On the 110th day of Taumas, my streamer gave to me a 110 day stream streak. Sorry, I might have fucked that one up. Thank you so much, lovely La! That was an interesting bit of stuff. That's why the base model only baldness happens. I will have to go back and let Eon have more balding once we come back from this break, though. When we go back to our base model. I should have let someone save that for the horsey game. Oh well, I'm evil like that. That's okay. I think you can redeem it more times than just once. I think there is a cooldown though. I am good, just working from home today, so gonna have you off to the side playing for once. Oh, let's go, lovely Eon. It's a pleasure to have you back. I hope you're feeling okay and you have a good day. 110 days of traumas. Yeah, I'm like, oh, is this what I do to you? I'm sorry. Lovely Duck. Thank you for the 10 stream story. Whichever of my wonderfully delightful mods who just snoozed the ad, thank you so much. The hair on the front half only is very much a haircut I saw last in primary school in on some monks. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, you guys, we gotta go on a quick break because apparently my ads woke up. So please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and the benefits of giving you a sword is it said 3, 2, save! Thank you so much for snoozing that. I really appreciate it. That's really kind of you. Yeah, I was like, oh, I better talk really, really fucking fast. And then I'm like, oh, it says there's still 5 minutes. Now I can talk very slow instead. That's probably the slowest I'm going to talk for the next several years. We can snooze it until the 1 hour mark. No, we only have two of them left. So we can't. Oh, wait, sorry. You don't mean like for another hour. You mean, I see what you mean. I'm worried about doing that because, like I said, the ads have been malfunctioning since partnership. So I'll need to fuck with that again. Yeah, for 10 minutes. Yeah, but I mean, since we're already at the start of the game, I'm like, oh, maybe we should just like do it so that we don't get interrupted with the game. You know what I mean? So let's just do this. Let's do it this way. And whoa, they made Save a mod in real life. They did. I did. Save is like fantastic mod. Might as well do it now. Yeah, before we get into it. Okay. Real quick, in case you guys don't know, we need the refresher. Every hour we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it because I walk away from the computer for 3 minutes, and then I run the ads, and then we come on back and we make some more content together. I already said this. Do all the things that you gotta do, and I'll miss you. Bye. Or whatever. Shut up! As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Or whatever. Shut up! Wait, no, wait. I need to put the water in there. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, fuck! I don't know. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No! Don't pick up the water again! Where's my— oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off— why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Wait! Look at him! Hold on. I have some music for you guys that you chose last week. He's so cute. Look at his face! Why is this so far there-ish? Look at his face. He's so cute. square. He is super square. Look at his body. Well, then I might have turned this down a little bit. Arms.
Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we were wed, you will want for nothing. Pray, give your hand unto me.
His nostrils flared. Oh my god. My sun and stars. Yes, yes, 1,000 times. Yes, I am yours and shall be forevermore.
What have you done with my bride, you cross-dressing deviant? Memories bring back you.
Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a doesn't have an option for controller. Okay. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my. Wait! Look at him. Or whatever. Shut up! I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid?
Hello, cutie pies. I'm back.
Are we ready to create this loser? That's not me saying that. That's the game. The game wants you to create a victim. Or we can play with the loser, but I think we should make a character that looks like me. I use my guns only for good.
I will let you guys finish your words, and then we will go back. I actually also realized that because I didn't actually have any knowledge of when our ad was supposed to start. I'm gonna leave I'll leave the cowgirl outfit on until our next break, just because we literally had no idea when it was gonna have to go, and it's a lot of points for me to also just be like, oh, I don't actually know.
Oh my god, we
I actually don't know.
It's not actually plain. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire.
Lovely little.
Oh my god.
Hello, cutie pie. Hello, cutie pie.
Oh my god.
Hi. Some ubbies for a little bit. Yes, good little bit.
You're an incredibly wonderful lady, Tao, and you will always deserve all of the love, hugs, and head pats.
Oh, thank you, lovely Luna. That's so sweet. I really appreciate it, sweetie pie. You are incredibly wonderful, and I'm so happy to have you amongst us in the pouch, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming back on in after your original follow. And thank you for the care package, cutie. Kala. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I think that's fair. I think so too. Awesome Ozzy also gets uppies. Yay! Good Ozzy. Welcome back, sweet Strat. Welcome back, sweet Save. Welcome on in, cutie shy paper bag. Welcome back, lovely Nix, Mentos slash Gem slash uppies. Yes. Good Nix. Welcome back, lovely Luck. Welcome back, sweet Shadowgun. Welcome back, terrific Talon uppies. Good Talon. And Scientific makes us save a mod. That's a thought to get used to. Does it scare you? Does it frighten you? Because with his eagle eyes, he will see all. I don't mind as long as it's on until it became relevant. After that joke, you can do as you will. You can always do as you will, but you get my point. No, that's all right. No worries. Cutie Cloak. Appies. Good Cloak. And thank you for the welcome back to the city. Welcome back to you. Hi, dearest Dim. Welcome on in. How are you? I see you. You're tired. You need to get some sleep, sweetie pie. Valiant Valves, welcome on in. How are you? We're making
roughly Tau flavored OC here. I guess this kind of, look how sad. Look how fucking sad. I'm so sad. I guess black is the closest. Do we have like a crop top? No, but this has some sort of vague thing resembling like a cloak. Bittersweet moment with a kitten. Oh, damn. I hope that you're I hope you're okay. Oh, that's very bright. Very, very bright. I don't really care about noses or ears. Wait! Do we have... Okay, well, we don't have animal ears, but... Can we do one on each side? I don't think so. Oh, I like little teeth! No, I like this one. No glasses! Oh, perfect! Not remotely psychotic. I love everything about that. Wonderful Walrus. Thank you for the 90. The 90. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I'm doing well. I hope you are all doing well too. We are, sweetie pie. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we lady.
Yeah, we What, me? Me? I want a close-up. I want a close-up. Me?
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Oh, enjoy your drawing, Sitaseru. I do not understand how to play this game. I think I'm gonna figure it out pretty soon though. This is gonna I'm gonna be screaming a lot. There's a lot of scary things happening here, I can already tell you. I'm okay even though the kitten didn't make it. Oh, I know it did the right thing. Oh, damn, I'm sorry, honey. Welcome on in, Apparition. How are you? I would have gone for the one tooth, but I smile so much. You don't think that would have been fitting? No? Oh, good. You've made unmedicated Tau TM. Twin Taus. I know. You can't even tell the difference. Death count after 3? Yeah. Yeah, we will do a death count after 3. Okay. Ah! I was wondering when it was going to do something. Okay, that's 1. What if we go this way instead? Actually, you know what? I've changed my mind. I don't want to deal with that. I think your vocal cords are perfectly healthy. They are. My vocal cords are doing all right after all. Ah! That bitch tried to shoot me. What the fuck? Ah! Oh my god, dude. Oh,
Boom.
No.
Headshot.
Oh god. This is not gonna go well. Oh, I'm very scared. Hee hee, guns. Oh my god. Enjoy your drawing, lovely city. Okay, I'm gonna go around this. Ah! Well, that's what I wanted. I'm so fucking god. Okay, all right. Okay, what was it? DCSB. 1 second. Let me get you your fucking death counter. Where's my death counter? Hold on, it's on here somewhere. There it is. Fuck, dude. Oh my god, my dog's gonna want to go outside and be in the rain. Because he's gonna be like, Mommy's scary. All right, hold on. We'll. I mean, I think that was 4. I think that was 4, wasn't it? Let me make sure that I'm able to do this back and forth. 1 sec. I'm not. Hold on.
Yeah, 000? Can we have all the available emergency vehicles on standby? We have a Thylacine Vtuber playing a rage game and I am concerned they will destroy their house.
Valid concern, to be honest. Hey, gorgeous gaming! How are you, lovely reborn? It's so good to see you! Welcome on in! How are you? Is this an Australian wildlife simulator? Well, if that involved trees, maybe. Although, okay, wait, I think I've discovered if I... What? Last time I got, like, right in front of it. How am I supposed to avoid that? Do I have a dodge? Oh, fuck. I was trying... Okay, wait, that's 2 more. Hold on. I don't know how to play the fucking game. Wait. Okay. Is this all I can do? Is this all I can do? I don't have any other recourse? Really? Nothing? Skills? Oh my god. A skill tree. A skill tree. I get it. Okay, wait. Visuals controls. Fuck, dude. There is literally no hope for me. I can't, like, dodge or run. Oh, God. Okay. Very close call and then immediately die. You have a run and that's all you can do for now. Doing good. Happy I get to be here for once. I keep trying to raid you when you're close to ending and it won't allow it. Ah! Where'd that one fucking come from? What the fuck? Huh? What in the hell? What in the fucking shit is that? What I'm taking too long? Is that why? You know, maybe I do get to cancel your Fadian game goal because I don't think I don't think I need to do anything besides this. Shadows? Shadows. Ah! Okay. Okay. Ah! Fuck, I forgot about that one. Oh my god. Welcome to Rage Games.
Okay,
Fuck!
I got a big question that nobody is asking about this game. If this maze of trees is this deadly, how did you get to the starting point in the first place?
That is a very good question, to be honest. What, we go this way? Ah! Who's shooting me? Okay, go around that. Fuck! Oh my god, I was trying to go around. Valos, thank you for contributing to a Fadian game. When is our next break? Oh my god. Oh my god. I think apparition, I think we must have just woken up upon, actually, wait, what does this say? Wait. Be sure to read every sign you see. You never know which one will say something useful. Okay. Let's just say never go for the obvious choice. I don't. How many, wait, I think I've gotten, I'll just put 12. But yeah, no, Reborn, I'm so sorry that you haven't been able to rate us. We would have loved to have been rated by you, sweetheart. Yeah, fuck you. Okay. Dude. I'm so bad at the progress monitor. You've currently cleared 4 of 22,904 trees. Why does it get harder? Why does it drop more shit when I'm failing? That's so unfair. 15 minutes in the game. When can I close it? That's me with any Fadian game. I'm not a Fadian player, to be honest. Okay, how's this work? So they shoot at me. I don't actually know how to... Is this guy gonna... Oh, okay. Oh my god! Oh my god, did I make it? Oh my god, I made it to a checkpoint. Oh, thank god. Ah! Oh! What was that, 2? I don't even know. Trees hate you. Oh no. I'm not snort laughing. You're snort laughing. That's a mean thing to say to someone after saying you'd like to be rated by. Oh no, what did I say? Oh fuck, I said bad words again. I'm so sorry. No, Reborn, please forgive me. You know me. I don't mean it. I'm not good at games like these, and I'm sorry. Reborn, wait, I'm not looking at the game. Reborn, we would love to be rated by you anytime. I'm so sorry. We just also, out of respect for you, do not want to have you raid in when we're just about to finish up stream because we don't want you to waste your raid. So yeah. I'm sorry. Right after saying you went, yeah, fuck you. Oh no! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. Oh, Gary, is it gonna chase me again? Does it have like a cooldown to? Okay, what do we have to do here to avoid being shot at? What is the goal? What do I have to do? Ah! Oh, fuck! Bro. Feel like this is just an allegory for allergies. I will make a rage emote at some point for sure. Oh! Why is there another tree there? It's okay, I'm Australian. Swearing is just part of the culture. Well, that is true. That is true. The trees hide Tau's cookies. I want the cookies. Did you make them? Because I will take them. Terrific Thomas. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. Try not to get mad. Remember, trees are friends. Well, not these trees. These suck. Fuck. How? How am I supposed to do this? What? Fuck. What, 2? I've seen clips of this game. This game is hilarious as long as I'm not the one playing it. Well, good. I'm so happy I could entertain you. Okay, when does this guy try and shoot me? Is it like right there? Aha! I gotcha! Fooled you, bitch. Okay. 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 That guy's gonna do it too, right? Isn't he? Isn't he? Ah! Oh! Oh! Oh god, I'm so scared. Please, please, I can't make it. I can't make it back here again. What's the music doing? What is happening with this music? Oh, go in the hole! I don't care! What? Oh, no fucking way. Oh! A sign! Fuck. Damn it, I was so proud of myself. I was doing so well. These trees do have issues. Fuck! Fuck! Maybe you should consider being a lumberjack, you know? It's quite ironic, really, that this whole channel is, you know, one of my greatest purposes in life is to remind human beings that fucking trees are good and we love the environment and we want to protect it. But God, does a game like this make me want to be a lumberjack? Yeah. Thank you for the pal hat, lovely Ryokostara. How are you? It's good to see you. You were doing so well. I know. Okay. 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 Be on the path. 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 Please, nothing follow me. Why is the music doing that? It's really scary. Music doing that. Okay. Gotta go off to the side. Okay, read it. If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh.
Remember, Tal, you call the shots here. If you feel like it's impossible, you can move on.
Okay. Why did you trust the troll game? I don't make a habit of spending time in troll games. I didn't expect it. You call the shots here. If you feel like it's impossible, you can move on. I'm not allowed. Crazy laugh. Oh, so true. Unbe-fucking-believable. Okay. Oh my god. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. They said to trust the signs. I should have trusted the signs. Did I count that death? I don't remember. Okay, go off to the side. Oh, no! Fuck! I hear if you Alt F4, you win. I think you're right. So angry and amused by that. I'm so glad you're enjoying yourself. What even was that? I know, right? Fuck. Good in you. Well, I'm okay. I'm about to lose my sanity a tad, but that's okay. We all get there eventually, don't we? Nix, I would say probably limit the amount of clips, at least to a fucking shit point. God damn it. Okay. I guess I gotta go in the middle. Because, we have been, with our little clip thingy, we want to try and make sure that we're largely getting clips that are, kind of a nice mix between inside jokes and also stuff that if people come in, they're not just gonna hear me screaming for no reason and then they're like, that's not very funny because I have no context, you know what I mean? So especially with a game like this, try and find the stuff that's, I don't know, particularly hilarious. I have a confusion. I have an email from one of the positions I interviewed for and it just reads, oops, hold on. Hey, we have a new position we want you to interview for rather than just offering me the job. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. Rage games are not about you winning. It's about us winning. That's true. That's a good point. I don't know anyone who, does anyone play this offline and go, wow, this is so much fun? But Storm, that's odd. Can you like reach back out to them? Is it like a group, like, was it sent to a bunch of people, or? Yeah, let's not try and clip every single second. Just enjoy the game. We'll have the VOD up later. That's true. That's true. Thank you, Nix. Darn, no swearing redeem. No, I can't do it with this one. Probably the most enraged game I've seen others play. Really? It is pretty infuriating. Is slightly reminiscent of when we were playing through what's that game? Oh my god. Getting Over It? Yeah. Okay. We gotta go in the middle? Okay, oh my god. Holy shit. I'm gonna be so upset. They're gonna fuck! Ah, fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck! Look at you masterfully navigate it. Nah. Dead. Oh wait, here. Boop. God damn it. I've met a VTuber. I've yet seen a VTuber not get mad at this game. It's a pretty infuriating game, to be fair. Okay, middle.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. Oh my god! Ah! I made another, yay, another checkpoint. Let's go. Oh, are we on 20? Fuck. Are we on 25? Oh, sorry. I'll just trust you on that. Go for it. Okay, fine. I'm going this way then. Where am I going? I'm repathing all the way back here, and I don't know if that's great or not. There was a collectible over here, though. And I want it, but not if it's gonna cause me too much trouble, and I'm worried about that getting triggered again. Ah! Why do I fall for everything? And that fucking thing probably didn't even do anything. Fuck! I'm never playing this game. You guys can't be trusted. No more demo
Not
suggestions.
to break the fourth wall, but to those watching the VOD on YouTube, count how many times Tau actually dies.
Yeah, please do. We would love to know. Okay, how did I do this before? I forgot if I just, like, did I sneak past him? No, oh. Gotta do this again. Look who's back again. I got the foreshadowing. I just wanted the collectible. Fuck. The music's freaking me out. It's like speeding up and so scary. Oh, 26, you're right, sorry. Okay, watch out for this guy. Okay. Okay, we're back. Don't trust anything. I won't. This, okay, that's too fast. I was gonna try and trigger it. It didn't work out. Okay, Bruh. Bruh. Okay, maybe I just don't go that way. Maybe I just don't go that fucking way, hey? Guess what gets a 1.0 in 2 days? What? Oh! Okay, I got the collectible. Ow. You have a very slight margin of error in this game. Yeah, definitely. My favorite cozy game. Aw, that's awesome. I hope you enjoy it. What is it? Fuck me. Oh, I don't even know. I'm gonna put 3. The body's flying around the place is sending me. Oh, I know you love those. Spontaneous tree is wild. It is. Fields of Mystery. Oh, I think I've heard of that before, actually. Okay. Okay. Okay, can I hide behind this? Fuck! Fuck, I keep forgetting that one. I'm definitely doing a poor job of counting how many times I die, so I do apologize for that. By the way, I'm making an executive decision. We play this for 1 hour and then we don't play it again. I'm not letting you vote to deal with this all fucking day. I love you guys, but I don't know if I love you that much. You know what I mean? Block it. Block the bitch. Aha! Aha! Oh. I hate this game. Fuck. You're doing really well. I don't know about that. Not even me, especially not you. Tao's love has limits. Who knew? This isn't a love limit. This is a mental health and safety limit. Okay, there's a tree there, I know. And there's a tree there too. Do I just follow behind this guy? He's gonna fucking kill me! Ugh. I love you, but I trust you as much as I trust these trees. Nerd in particular. Don't think the demo was that long, so you don't have to worry. I don't know, we might have to worry if I don't figure out how to get through this. Oh, 36? Yeah, probably. There you go. Thank you. Keep me honest. Keep me honest. Oh my gosh. Okay, I've at least figured out how to get past this bit. Oh, I'm fucking myself right now. Oh, oh. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, and then you fall. You fall. Good. Yep, good job. Oh, whoa! Okay, I'm gonna have to do this, aren't I? Oh! I didn't know it could do that! Fuck! Oops, I think I accidentally backspaced it. Fuck. Again. It's finally happened, Tao. You've lost your mind. It's, that's a distinct possibility. 38! Okay. Oh, good. Yeah, there we go. Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, God. I don't... Oh, this is not gonna happen. Oh! Okay, okay. Okay, and then this thing, there's one that's gonna go whee! Hello? Come on! There you go. I'm gonna be so upset if it does it again. Where's the next checkpoint? Fuck! It's right there! No! Thank you for the care package, yes. Trees are not helping me, for once in my life. Maybe this game is what would happen if trees could fight back. Yeah, and who could blame them? Have an unexpected and early appointment. Oh, all good, Iridius. Thank you so much for the lurk, hon. I appreciate you coming in. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. We'll see you later, okay? If you return while we are playing this game, please do not be alarmed that I'm, panicking. Or fuck, insane. Thank you, Shadowgun.
I piss outside, yo. I dig my holes and I piss in them. And then I run around and I piss in on trees and stuff. Like, I only look like a person. I am actually, yeah.
Okay, there was one that comes up from behind, right? So if I go over here... fuck! Okay, yeah, we gotta, you guys can earn some channel points if you fucking
There,
want
Tao,
to.
after we finish this demo, we burn down this fictional forest. Arson, Lampine, fire, toss, burn.
Yes, I think that's a good plan, Nix. A little bit, it's 60. You guys, there's a prediction market going on right now. If you would like to participate, you can earn some channel points. Fuck me. Death count, odd or even by the end. Repeat after me. Nature is your enemy. I can't do it! But this particular spot, yes, this particular forest is nonsensically abysmal. Fuck! Ooh. Ah. Actually, I probably don't even need this thing, do I? Oh my god. Okay, this guy's gonna run after me now. I got fucking think about it. Okay, don't think about it. Don't think, Tao! Don't think, just move! Do I go odds or evens? Decisions. Well, it does change every 2 to 3 seconds, so.
Excuse me.
Oh my god, 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 fuck, I definitely failed that. Thank you for the blessings, cuties. Adorable sneeze. Thank you. Odds and evens. Odds are in the lead, but who knows? Who knows? And by the way, I think that the... Okay. Ah! I went too far. I went too fucking far. Bless you in the trees. King 2. Honestly, this is just evolution. We deforested until they dehumaned. I love that. So true. Very accurate. The trees have adopted guns as a form of self-defense. Oh. Okay, not too far that time. Okay. Okay. Okay, I gotta run. I gotta run. Okay, I gotta run. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. Ah, yes. We made it to another fucking checkpoint. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, so what? One drops there. Another drops like that vague spot. Okay, in there. Can you use the fallen trees as a shield? You can sometimes, but the trees themselves will like burst through the other trees. Oh, oh fuck. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. Please let this demo be over. Oh my god, I can't. Ah! Unbelievable! Move! You little bastard. Oh! Ah! Oh, he moved! Oh, he moved! Oh! A check mark! Checkpoint. Oh, don't follow me! Oh, fuck! Ay, 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 ay. Wait, can I read this? What's that say? Want? Oh, it's my face. It's my face. Oh wait, we gotta save that. Okay, we gotta be maneuvering around. Okay, all right, here we go. Okay. That's gonna follow me. I can feel it. Oh, it's gonna shoot me. Oh my god. What's this green one? This green one's gonna murder me too. Oh, okay. Why didn't that one try and fuck me? God damn it. What is it? Only if I go around this side? No. Okay, it doesn't care. Okay. I'm gonna go around this. Okay, I guess I'll read this. Watch out. Noted. Ah! You are now wanted by the trees. Since you missed this message the first time I sent it, I figured I would send it again. The game is basically a Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Ever Mean simulator. What does ever mean? I've never even heard of that one. You just had to read it. They want me to. I play games with the game. Oh, it's trying to stab me? Oh, thank God, another. What's this? Gonna kill me? Gonna kill me? Huh? You point that way. Maybe I should go this way instead. Yeah! I caught on, you little bitch! Ha! Oh, okay, great. Hi there, lovely Void! Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Why is this here? Do I want to insert a coin? I kind of do. Raiders, welcome on in. Raiders, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Thank you so much for the raid, sweetie pie. You guys, this is the lovely Void and Royd who hath graced us with their presence, emerging from the realm of art to bestow upon us the gaming prowess. One moment, they artfully craft commissions. The next, they slay digital dragons. Shit, give me just a second. I'm getting... Sorry, hi. My bad. I am so sorry. Hi, Raiders. How are you? When is your next raid? Wait, when is your next stream? I'm so sorry. This game is fucking me up, dude. I'm so sorry. You amazing creator, Void and his travelers come to vibe. Thank you so much, lovely Void. When is your next stream, sweetie pie? Checkpoint first. Ooh, good idea. There's a flag so close.
Any pouch pals down there, Tau?
Any pouch pals down where? Down where, lovely Frostbite? How are you? It's good to see you. Let me see here. She's not broken. Tau to go do a thing. Yeah, sorry, I got a call. Evermeans are evil living tree enemies that appear in the game. Oh, Tears of the King. Okay. You raided me once. Yes, what about? No, Save. Save, I think you have the most icons by your name that I've ever seen, because there's like 4. Oh, and Lith, you also have 4. That's crazy. I don't think I've seen very many. I haven't spent a lot of time in like prediction votes. But yes, lovely Void, thank you so much for the raid. You will be streaming. Oh, you would like to stream again tomorrow as you're working on a commission. Very cool. Very cool. Do you know what time, hun? Also, exceptional engage. You want some uppies? Good engage. Hiding by your feet. No pals by my feet. I would not want to have the poor pals deal with the... Wait, I don't want it. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I can't... Do I not get the option? Oh, no. I can't do it. Why can't I? Ah! You were right. I should have... No. Okay, say no. You decided you don't like this game. Okay, now I'll do it. Yes. You insert the coin, and we're gonna get electrocuted. Uh-oh. Oh god. No, 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 no. Fuck. Pine, spruce, aspen. Do we have another coin? I do have 2 coins, I think. I got to see the warning for the first time. You are participating in this prediction as a moderator. You will not be able to choose the outcome. Aw, Belle! Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Fuck. Shit, dude. Scary. That was so fucking... That's nightmare fuel, dude. Oh, thank you. 56. Oh my god. Go down from that checkpoint. This isn't a trap. Well, not a checkpoint trap. I think it is a trap. Oh, there's apples! Ah! Ah! Oh! Those are such horrible sounds! Scared me. Okay, no. What about here? Oh my god. Oh, yeah, yikes, 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 yikes! Oh, hey, the road. I'm gonna get hit by a car if I go this way, aren't I? Did I make it? I made it! Let's go! Oh my god! I fucking made it! Wait, continue? I don't want to continue. The tree is there. Oh! What? Oh no, I thought that this was over. Fuck. Handles! Thank you! I need this. This thing's gonna kill me right when I get to the top.
Oh,
Ah!
girl, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus, sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. If you enjoyed it or enjoyed hating it, I hope you'll try the full game when it's finished. By completing the demo, you unlocked challenge mode. Fuck off. Oh my god. Okay. Good news. I don't have to do that again. Do you need therapeutic help after that? I think I fucking do. I think I fucking do. Okay, so the odds take it then. Yes, are we in agreement? Uppies for you, Lav. Good, Lav. Welcome on in. How are you? I'm so excited to have gotten that out of the way. It's like getting my teeth pulled so I can have ice cream. All right, the odds take it. Well done, you guys. Well done. Congrats to my odds. You get lots of points. Okay. We're gonna take a quick break, even though we're a little bit early, just because I need to go, I won't scream into a pillow because I hurt my voice really bad last time, so I won't do that, but I'm gonna go pet my dog. I'm gonna do that. All right, cutie pies. Wait, oh, actually, sorry. Before we put the poll up, let me remind you guys what you can vote for now. So we have Horses of Hoofprint Bay, which is very cute. And I get to have a horsey, okay? So that's horsey game. We could also play the Lootbound demo. This is one that that Greg really liked. He got sponsored to play it. This is like it's very pretty. It's less frustrating than Trees Hate You. And then we could also do our Moonlight Peaks demo, which is one recommended by Beautiful Bricky, where we get to be a vampire and we get to raise mystical crops and learn spell casting and potion making. Ah! Yeah. So you guys get to vote on which one of those you want to play. But I'm gonna put the poll up now. If you guys need the reminder, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it here, because for those 3 minutes I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and we make more content together. Okay. What game game next? We can do horsey game, we can do vampire cozy, or we can do Lootbound. Do you like how Lootbound just is called Lootbound? I'll give you guys 5 minutes on that because we're gonna go on this break. So please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. I think I said all that. Hi there, Swedish Shadow Princess. We'll see you soon. Okay. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah! Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it, a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Save's like, Luna! Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, this doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay, memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. I don't know. Oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Square. He is super square. Look at his body. Hold on, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. Searing Tautan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my. Okay. Wait. No. Wait. I need to put the water in there. Oh God. Oh no. Oh fuck. I don't know. Oh my God. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my God. My sun and stars. Yes, 1,000 times. Yes, I am yours and shall be forevermore. What have you done with my bride, you cross-dressing deviant? As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Or whatever. Shut up! Wait! Look at him! Or whatever. Shut up! Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my God. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Strat. I don't know. Oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my God. Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? I will let you guys finish your verds on stream. And into the pouch you go. And stay forever. Exactly, Yuki. Second, I just realized I forgot to bring back our base model, which I'm doing right now. It doesn't take too long, but it takes a moment. And we're back. Memories bring back you. Okay, what have we decided? Vampire cozy game. I'm super down. Okay, sounds good. Welcome back, lovely light. Oh, feeling better? So much better. A piece for you, awesome Aussie. Good Aussie. Nix, Mentos Slash Jump Slice. Uppies. Yes. Good Nix. Welcome back, terrific Talon. Uppies. Yee, good Talon. All right, hopefully Geeks is ready to fall asleep now because we will be doing cozy. Bye-bye. Cozy Moonlight Peaks. You're heading out, lovely Aussie. Oh, you're gonna be collecting your PC. Let's go. I hope everything is going well with it, darling. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, lovely little bit. Uppies. Good, lovely little bit. Let's save the haunts game for last. How was your experience of Tree Heaven? I don't think I ever want to take any advice from you ever again. I'm kidding. Maybe. No, I am not kidding. Welcome back, amazing Eisen. Uppies. Good Eisen. And exceptional engage. Uppies. Eee. Good Eisen. I mean, sorry, engage. One sec. More. I'll also need to make this full screen. Let me get you guys your game sound. The music's very soothing in this one. I say go hug that tree outside and strike a deal. I love my trees out here. They don't try and murder me. The art's cute. Okay, I'll help. All right, hold on, let me see. The music's so pleasant. Okay, it says full screen is, oh, do we want, okay, well, what about if I say borderless? I didn't look at the, okay. It's a little bit overkill.
Mada? Who will?
Mada? Who will? What is my resolution? It's ugly. Hold on. Is it this one? Is it this one? Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Pixel art game, beautiful. Yes, I'm excited.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. How you doing, Rito? Is a tree that doesn't try to murder you. I disagree. All right, I'm Tau. Oh, our farm can be the pouch, and my hell kitten is named Pal. Done. Let's see. Oh, I like that, like, the darker your skin gets, the more pronounced the, like, drippy eyeshadow is. That's cool. There's a murder of crows vibing next to me in the parking lot. Oh, that's cool. A game you've actually seen a bit of. Oh, have you, Sudasave? What did you think? You don't really play a whole lot of like these cozy type games, but not matching eye color. Oh, sick! We can switch it up. We can switch it up. Let's go. That's awesome. And left eye color. Wow! I've inverted it, but that's okay. I'm just kind of looking at like the I was kind of hoping that there would be like a, oh, actually, is there? Not like. Orange is probably the closest? Maybe? Whoa, black. Oh, cute though. So cute. Pretty. I'm gonna just spend all the time on character customization as I typically do. Let's see. Yeah, we get to customize. Isn't that cute? Congrats on partner. Thank you so much, lovely Rito. I appreciate it. I only saw a tiny bit, but one of the characters was cute and the dialogue seemed fun enough. Oh, cute. Okay, I love that. That's awesome. Okay, well, that's about as glowing a review as I can probably get from you regarding like a cozy game, huh? I'm excited to try it. This is cute. Oh, I get to turn myself around. A lot more customization than I expected. Me too. Me too. I'm excited to see this game. It's actually my wish list. Oh, very cool. Oh, actually, I could totally see you playing this lovely a little bit. I think you'd like this already. Also, thank you for the lovely Darth. Thank you, thank you. Does it have online play? I actually don't know. Hi there, fabulous Fiji. Welcome on in. Wait, I realized I'm missing my sticker. Ah, no more. Do we have any braids? Probably not, but we do have a high ponytail. Fabulous Fiji, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Also Incredible Icy, thank you so much for the 70 stream streak. 70 streams, let's go. Thank you so much. Also, uppies for you. Eee, good Icy. OMG, you were playing Moonlight Peaks? I am! We're playing it because, the lovely, Briggy, Gorgeous Geeks Codex, wanted us to try it. And it's very cute already. I'm already kind of a fan of this. This is adorable. Do I get to change my hair color if I go all the way down here? There's a lot of... Oh, yeah, I do. Yay! Ha! Cute. Oh, I can have facial hair! Wow, there's some magnificent facial hair here. Save, you should play this. You could have your full beard. It's not my most frequented genre, but I've actually played hundreds of hours of Harvest Moon and Starter. I loved Harvest Moon. Did you have a favorite one? Lovely Lav wants some uppies. Wait, sleeves are coming down. Uppies. Eee, good Lav. Since you're Australian, how do you eat your Weet Bix, chat? Ooh, an excellent question. Me personally, I like Weet Bix cold and in milk, wet. But I want to be a cute girl in games. Well, you can be a cute girl and have your beard. Have it admired by all the ladies in the land. Oh my god, that's so cute. I would love to see Politely play this. I feel like Politely would, this is such an excellent vibe, considering she is also a vampire. And yeah, I think it just would like really fit with the aesthetic. Let's see. Wow, there's so many options. That's so cool. I think we're gonna go with, wait, no. We gotta, is there like a, there's not like a crop top anywhere, is there? No croppy toppy. Okay, I guess we gotta go with this one. Whoops, not that. Hold on, where did it go? This. The plainest possible thing. Fabulous Feety, how are you? Weet Bix first or milk first? Weet Bix first. I like to put the milk over it. That's how I do all of my, my cereals, though. I like sopping wet cereal. Oh, you had an outfit too! Thank you for dropping in, hun. It's a pleasure to have had you. When I did eat Weet Bix, it was with thickened cream and sugar. Oh, man, that would have been decadent. Yummy. Cute. Kind of looks like I'm in a towel. Okay, maybe we'll go with this one. I see you're a serial killer. Ooh, cute. Ooh, gloves. Wait, only one glove? Oh, wait. Oh, those are like mine. Okay, I get to keep those. I don't, earrings though? Nah, probably not. Cute. Okay, let's start. Oh! Let me know if the volume's too loud or too soft, you guys. Uh-oh. The Vampire Kingdom is in great retort. What is happening? Uh-oh. I fought with my family. And stay out. Run away from a home. Oh, that's so sad. Oh. Oh, my kitty, my pal. Oh, Jesus, this is kind of a sad start, hey? Kitty is also like, okay. This is really pretty, dude. This is such a cool art style. I played almost exclusively the Nintendo 64 one and the PlayStation one that was basically an alternate universe version of the same game. So it was a while ago. I loved the N64 version as well, Save. I haven't played too many of them since then, but I really did like those. They were very cute. Oh my god, this little animation, the loading animation is so cute. Okay, what do we got here? So tool wheel is with E. All right. Use is R. Just right. Awesome. Tab is journal. Movement is the WASD. X is decorate. Cute. I love the heavy eyeshadow. Let's see. So heavy that literally it just drips down your face. Never take it off. This is cute. What is my cat doing? Are you hungry?
This place isn't so bad. I can see why your parents used to live here, briefly.
This is such a beautiful, beautiful illustration. Oh my god. Hi, Precious Politely. I was just talking about you. You should try this game. It's super cute and cozy and all vampire themed. And how are you? It's so good to see you. You have returned in time, gorgeous geeks. Welcome back. Pet the pal. Oh, never stop petting. Pet the pal nonstop. Okay, I guess I have to at some point. Is there anything to interact with? Is that my blood tea? Oh. I love the little bat wings. Oh, it's so cute.
You're so sweet and comfy and cozy. Ah, no, you!
And especially if you played this game, you would be so in your element of vampirism. We can craft things too. This is so adorable. Dude, the art style is so cute. What? Who are you? Who are you? Poke him with a stick, pour water on a stick. Leave me be for a little longer, Jarvis. Water, then. Gotta get you this time. Ugh! I am not yet perished. The afterlife, cruel and cold, is... I love the white streaks. Cute. Did you just pour water on me? Is he a werewolf or a vampire? That was uncalled for. Normally Donut stays downstairs chilling until I'm ready for bed, but I found her sat outside my door. So I should have known something was up. I get downstairs and there's this half-alive absolute unit of a spider on the floor she'd taken care of for me. Needless to say, I'm a bit shook, but also, she's doing her job, right? What if, hear me out, I went to bed because my brain is dying, given I just remembered that I woke up like 2 to 3 hours early. Then yes, you should probably sleep, cutie club. Please do sleep. Get some good rest. I may have overindulged last night. Wait a moment. I thought Victor lived alone. Who are you? Who is Victor? A crazy old bat. I thought he lived here. Anyway. You may refer to me as Orlac Aloysius Ambrosia, the incomparable. The incomparable is probably more how he would say that. Gonna be lurking for a bit. Woke up with the news that it's my great aunt's funeral today, and I'm processing. Oh, love, I'm so sorry, hun. That is a very jarring thing to be told on the day. But no, absolutely, darling. Please lurk as long as you need to, and remember that the Vents and Rants channel is there in case you need it. I've started the Shadowbringers crafting stuff. Now I've finished the Stormblood crafting stuff. Very nice, cutie cloak. She got extra treats tonight for doing an excellent job. I'm just shook at the size of the spider. It's spider season now. August and September are my personal hell. Donut's gonna have to earn her keep. She's a good Kit Kat. Here to farm, are you? How quaint. Ba-ding! I love the animation, so cute. You seem somewhat trustworthy. Between you and me, I borrowed a few seeds from my nephew, Samael. Figured I'd skip the middleman and make my own red wine. Sadly, I lack the tools. Care to help a thirsty vampire out? I don't even know how to farm. I'll help. Marvelous. I knew you had a glint of usefulness about you. Find Victor if you need farming instructions. He's probably holed up in his crypt. It's around here somewhere. Whee! Winter is spider season? It's not winter in Europe. Lovely Shaw paperback. It is quite hot over there. Very hot summer. Now I'm over my spider shock. Love the art style of this game. It's so cute, isn't it? Are you gonna play it? Here's all I know about farming. Dig with your shovel, plant the seeds, water them every night. Now, get to it. A hefty reward awaits you once the red wine is ready. I may be selfish, but I'm not ungrateful. All right. Ooh, look at this guy. He's pretty cool looking. Oh, my kitty! It's my pal. Time to pet the pal some more. This is single player, so no community play, but it's a good one. It's cute. It's super cute, isn't it? Okay, this is the scariest. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm Chester.
This is the voice he gets.
I'm hungry. Feed me any items you want to sell. I'll give you shiny coins in return.
Can I pet him? Happy Chester, nice. What is that? Oh my god, it looks so dumb. Oh, it's so stupid and cute. Wait, I'm trying to show the pals. Look at this thing. I love everything about this fucking bird. Happy chicken! It's called a chicken. Give hat? You want grape seed hat? No? Okay. Chop. Pet. I'll pet everything. It's on my wish list. It looked like the sort of cozy game I could waste a week or two on. Watching you play is helping me decide how far up the wish list it goes. Fair enough. It's the Valiant Viperia! Hi, gorgeous! How are you doing? How is Paper Mario Hun? It's so good to see you. I can stop lurking in my own stream now. What do you know? Thank you so much for the raid, Dolan. How are you? It is so good to see you. And Erlo, welcome on in. You guys, this is the absolutely extraordinary and valiant Viperia. This anime Vtuber hath taken upon herself the noble quest of playing every Mario game known to the Mushroom Kingdom. From Paper Mario to Browserland Vacations, I can't say Bowser properly. Browserland. I think that's a different thing altogether. Anyway, Bowserland Vacations, she doth stream with regal enthusiasm. Her recent exploits include winning tournaments and discovering treasures aplenty. Truly a worthy monarch of the Marioverse. I'm so sorry, I can't talk today. Hello there, Valiant Viperia. Oh, hiya. How are you? How was your stream, hon? It's so good to see you. And Sigma, hi there, lovely Lord Sigma. Welcome back. How are you doing? Thank you for looking. Of course, sweetheart. Of course. Thank you for putting out amazing content. You guys, if you like some retro gaming vibes and some super fun chats with the gorgeous angelic Viperia, you definitely should be following her by now. It was good. We finished chapter 2 of Paper Mario. Woo! That's awesome, hon. How good. Very, very cool. I don't know if TauTassieTiger is here, but I got gifts from them, so thanks. Oh, good. I'm so happy you got one. That's so sweet. Yeah, it is a great username, isn't it? I'm settling in for the night. Oh, of course, lovely segment. No worries. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We're doing some cozy demos today, now that we got through our extremely frustrating one that was in absolutely no way cozy. Viperia, hun, would you like to let us know when your next stream is and what you may be streaming? And while you let us know, here's a little bit about us for anyone in your lovely community who doesn't know us yet.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression.
Ooh.
Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Bully and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in, sweetheart. You guys, please do check out the lovely VPR. Like I said, lots of really cool retro gaming. She does a lot of, she's been getting like the treasures and stuff, as well. And she's gonna be potentially finishing up, Wario Land 3 on Wednesday, which would be awesome. Your favorite food is corn? That's a surprising pick. I do love corn. Corn is great. Corn belongs on or in or on top of or underneath or within anything. All things. Yum. Name one thing that I already like that is not made better by corn. Ice cream? Better with corn. Pizza? Better with corn. Spaghetti? Better with corn. Corn? Best with corn. Welcome on in, everybody. As you saw, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in a few days, we're going to be working on some art. I'm actually going to be doing a long form physical hand cam stream in 2 days' time, and we're going to work on some traditional watercolor art then, which is the first time that I will be doing that on stream, so I'm really excited. Let's see, we're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward, which you are more than welcome to join us for. Just keep in mind, please, no spoilers, as they are first-time playthroughs. And then on Tuesdays, like right now, we are doing demo days, where you guys get to send in demos and we try them. So yeah, it is such a pleasure to have you guys. And you guys, please check out lovely Viperia, who is going to be streaming on Wednesday, potentially finishing Wario Land 3. Is it better with corn? Popcorn is better with corn, yeah. Have you played all the previous Personas? This is the first Persona I've ever played. And I never even played the original Persona. I've only played Royal now, and we're not even done with it. I did try popcorn ice cream. I got a lot of hate for liking it. Exactly. It can be very good. Not sure how I didn't ask the obvious game question yet, but have you played any of the the Tasmanian Tiger games? Yes, but actually not until like a good year and a bit after like I started streaming. We have quite a few pals who discovered us because we played the first 3 the Tasmanian Tiger games pretty much back to back. They were really fun. I had a lot of good times with them. I hadn't actually heard of it before that though. Oh, I should have been petting my chicken this whole time. That would have been my chicken. Oh, never mind. It's not like my cat. It doesn't permanently. Can I pick it up? It's so dumb looking. I like its little leaf hat thing. But yes, Viper, I know you've been streaming those long hours. I know you probably have to run, because I know that you have mentioned like working and stuff. So, if you've got to raid and run, that's totally cool. Just, yeah, please, even if you're not reading and running, make sure that you go and, I don't know, if you gotta go to bed, or go eat, or go sleep, or go read some more guides on how to get your treasures, or whatever you gotta do, please make sure you do so. And I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. It's such a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in, sweetheart. I do know Persona 1 and 2 are a fair bit different than the later games. I think 3 was the first one to have the modern formula most people are familiar with. Yeah, I haven't heard a whole lot of people talk about 1 or 2, but I've heard a lot of people talk about like 3 and 4 and 5, and they love those. I still don't know what this is. I think this is where, Relax Wine Scheme. I think, did he give me a shovel? Not working, but maintaining a healthy sleep schedule, and that is a very good idea. As you should, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the well wishes for the rest of the stream. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, cutie pie. And we'll see you soon, okay? Persona started as a spin-off to SMT, so the first 2 were different than the others. Oh, actually, I knew that they were, like, similar. I don't think I knew that they were so closely related that it was, like, just it was a full-on spin-off. Interesting, interesting. The more you know. Thank you for learning me some new stuff. I appreciate it. Oh, what are you? Oh my gosh, wait, no, come back. Oh my god, what is that? Is that a wisp? Is that a wisp? I want it. How do I capture it? Wait, please. Ooh, pine trees. Ooh, pine cone. It's cute. It looks like a skull with a mustache. I don't know. This is my cute kitty. Okay, you said that I have to go talk to Victor, I think. Never played either series, but I heard good stuff about SMT. Yeah, I've played a little bit of SMT, not very much though. More SMT than I have Persona, at least before. Oh, that is such a cute bat. Oh my god, he's so cute. Oh, look at him. He's so cute. Tau! By the fangs of the moon, is that really you? I take it you're Victor? Don't you recognize me? I'm your uncle! Well, no offense taken. I have changed a bit since I last saw you. Got a lot on my plate, but I have my eyes on SMT5V a bit. Is that the most recent one that came out like last year? Metaphor is another good one from the same devs. That's also true. Let's just say there was a witch and a curse, and now I'm small, winged, and tragically thumbless. I don't think it was last year. Or maybe it was, yeah, maybe it was a couple of years ago, actually. Anyways, what brings you to my charming little crypt? I am trying to make red wine, apparently. Ah, the noble art of fermented fruit. Well, you're in luck. I know a thing or two about farming. And if you end up ever growing a few extra grapes, I wouldn't say no to a snack. Let me know if you need any help. How do I prepare the soil? With your shovel! Press E to access your tool wheel, and then select your shovel to equip it. Find an empty spot on your farm, and then press left button to dig up some soil. Need help with anything else? I think I can probably guess the rest. Drop by if you change your mind. I still have 6 Trails games to go through, not counting the ones that'll come out along the way. Wow. I haven't played any of the Trails games, actually. I want this thing so bad. Do I have like a... Oh, I have a net. Fuck. Come here, you. Come here. Oh, I got him. Oh, it's so cute. It's a Canute gardener. Gardener? Danced with a demon. It's so cute. Hold on, I can catch this too. There's something here. Fuck. Please. Oh, I got it. I got it. A frost leaf. Pretty. Oh, and I can probably dig here. Let's see. What's that? Wood? Like some wood? Trails is so good. It says 2024. Wow. I don't know what time is anymore. Sorry. My bad. 2024. God, that's like a whole 2 years ago. Oof. This is so cozy. This feels like, yeah, it really does feel like a vampiric hybrid between Animal Crossing and... Oh my god! What is that? That's so scary. Happy stony noises. Okay, we don't have any hats for you. I'm so sorry. Do I need to, like... Is there, like, a certain spot? Or do I just literally dig wherever I want? Oh, I think I can just dig wherever I want. I don't know how good this is. We're gonna be traipsing over all of the... I can't farm there. Okay. Can I, like, dig up the... What about these little weeds? I don't know if they're actually weeds or not. I think this is a great time to give the Trails games a try. Isn't it quite long? TauTassieTiger. It's true. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I did not put this in the right spot. That's okay. All right, and then we have to weed things? Not weed things, but I can water. Can I water these? I can! I preemptively watered. But now I need my inventory. Oh, wow, look at that, the mat. That's cool. Cute. You're a little slice of paradise. Oh, sweet. I'm done with lurks and I'm comfy in bed watching you play now. What you playing now? We're playing, Moonlight something. Moonlight something. It's cute. Moonlight Peaks. Moonlight Peaks. Trails has 13 games, but last year they did a remake of the first one and a remake of the second one is coming out in about a month. That's pretty cool. Aren't they? Yeah. How long would you say they tend to be? Grapes! Okay, I have to figure out what I pressed earlier to bring up my, what was that? Platform? Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm so cute! Look at how I run! Oh my god! That's so cute! I love it! Kim D! This is adorable. Cedar Space Cat, I genuinely think this is something that you'd probably really enjoy. God, that's adorable. The way they animated the cat is so good. 10 out of 10, game of the year. Right, Minati, for real. Hello, cat. Can I pet while... Oh, okay. I was like, can I pet while in cat form? Okay, I have to find out what my other... Oh, I didn't mean to do that, sorry. Wow, it's really easy to just change between them, huh? F. Okay, open inventory. That's what I needed. Okay. Place. Okay, that's not... not quite what I... Not quite what I wanted, but, I'll pick that back up. All right. So, Trails isn't too long for an RPG. I averaged out 100 hours per save file. And that's with doing all the side quests and talking to every NPC. Yeah, I guess for an RPG, that's not super long. But I suppose for pretty much any other type of game it is, huh? Okay. Okay, maybe I do need education on how to plant stuff. I thought that I was just gonna be able to, like, pick this up and, Oh, wait, plant. Hello. Done! Okay, got it. Oh, cute! Oh, yes, we're making little, the grapevines. That's right, because they are vines and don't come out of the ground the same way that other things do. My bad. Almost 5 a.m. here. Yes, absolutely. Get some rest, lovely Arlo. Thank you so much for joining us, hon. I appreciate you. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for supporting the lovely Viperia as well. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for coming in and hanging out with us for a bit. How do you have the bard so quickly? Or did you just save for that? The bard? Wait, what are you talking about, Emma? I don't think I have a bard in this game. I didn't know is there a bard in this game? Oh, the barn. Sorry, I was like, what? No, this is just the demo, so I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Oh, hello? Oh, there's Stony over there. And do I have to re-water everything? Maybe? No, I think it's already all wet. Where's the... Do I just pick up water from the stream over here, maybe? Aha! I do. Nice. There's a big bug! So unfortunately, this may actually be a game that, oh no, fuck, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, fuck, fuck, fuck. This may actually be a game that, oh no, I think I've lost it. Oh wait, no, I didn't! Gotta head him off at that pass! I got him! Yes! Might not be a game for, perpy, or, geeks. Geeks would be afraid. Geeks would not like the bugs in this game. Okay, so now I just wait, basically? What was the other thing that I had to do? They gave me something else. I have the worst memory, and I forgot what the... I'm gonna be a cat. Cute. Look at the cool effect behind me. Oh, there's another one. What? Oh, that's my chicken. It's like, that's a big bug! Okay. What is the... No. What is the... Journal. Is that the journal? No, that's the crops. Oh, but here's bug. This reminds me of like a cute version of a tick, and I don't know how I feel about that. I'm fine with video game bugs. It's real bugs that cause me to freak out. Oh, okay. All right, cool. That's fair. That's fair then. Well, in that case, you will like this. Is there any combat or just farming? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Red wine. So we have to just plant we just have to plant stuff. But we still have so much energy left. I kind of want to explore a little bit more before we go to bed. Ooh. Plastic rings. Ah, even in a fantasy world of vampiric proportions, we still have to deal with pollution. Very cool. I like that. I wonder if I should catch another one of these guys. There's so many fun things to catch. Ah! Yeah, fuck. Oh, nope, I got him. The fear is entirely based around, can the giant spider physically touch my skin? If the answer is no, I'm mostly chill. So you don't mind, like, pictures of him and stuff? Fuck. Ah, got him. Perpy! The reason I love Fantasy Harvest Moon games over other farming games is because combat is a big part of the game. Oh, I getcha. I getcha. I never could get into, like, I liked Harvest Moon, but I never really could get into, like, Stardew Valley. I didn't really get into that one. That's, like, one of Nate's favorite games, though, but I just could not get into it. Should I chop down some stuff? It's the same way you don't mind playing Subnautica, because it's a game. Yeah, I definitely don't mind playing Subnautica. I definitely am not incredibly afraid of it and will, like, never ever play it because I would rather quit streaming than actually play that fucking game. Yeah, it's just like that. Great approximation there, Strash. What did you say was Nate's favorite game? Well, his favorite game is Persona 5, but one of his favorite games is Stardew Valley. Pictures can make my skin crawl. I prefer not to look, but I never have a game make me feel the way I do with the adrenaline from seeing a huge dead one and having to clean it up. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't think I have... Oh, I'm too tired, but there's this new flavor of bird, bug thing. Okay, fine, bedtime. Okay, we're going home. Relax. I definitely do not play Subnautica because the fear of the deep, not being able to see the terrible noises. Yeah, exactly. Okay, it's time for sweep. Bug flavor. Tao, careful! I think I saw that tree over there move! Please don't say that. Trees have caused me trauma today. Hi, kitty. Oh no, kitty not happy, or...
Oh, good, you're awake. I was just thinking about how tragic my sleeping situation is. I mean, look at me. Sleeping on the cold, hard floor like some common alley cat. It's disgraceful. Luckily for you, I have a solution.
The whole entire blueprint.
Ta-da! A coffin cat bed blueprint. And before you ask, yes, this is absolutely necessary. You wouldn't let yourself sleep on the floor, would you?
I'll make the bed, don't worry.
Good. Here's how it works. You go to your workbench, gather the materials listed on it, and poof! Go on, give it a go.
Can we upgrade our bed? I would like a pillow. Not until our cat gets a better spot to sleep. Cats first. Furniture? Coffin cat bed. Here we go. Okay, I need fiber and dark wood. How the fuck do I get fiber? I assume dark wood is from cutting down trees, but... Oh, I see. You can change the color based on what wood you choose. That's cute. I love that. Well, I already have this kind. I have light wood already. I love this voice. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Your little avatar is adorable, by the way. The one I'm playing as. It is kind of cute, isn't it? I still remember the terror, the full body terror I felt when I was playing Jedi Academy 2. What terrified me was this one desert level you had to run scrap to scrap with the ground shaking and the sound of a worm coming up to eat you getting closer and closer. But my body physically shook. Wow, yikes. Is that classified as a horror game as well, or no? You wouldn't let us poor pals sleep on the cold hard floor, would you, Tao? I would never dream of it. No, my first priority will absolutely be the first step to comfort. Hi there, Vulture. Welcome on in. It's been a minute. How are you? It was Tatooine. Ah, Tatooine. Yes, Tatooine can be scary. Very, very sparse, that place. Okay. Cat bed. Cat bed. I need to find... Is it... Actually, I wonder if I need to... The scythe? Does this give me... Yeah, there we go. That's fiber. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Okay. I need 5 fibers, and I think that's all I needed, right? I'll just go make this while I can, while I'm not too tired. Jedi Academy is definitely not a horror game overall, though. Okay. What is it? Is it like is it a sim? I have made Pal a new bed. Oh, cute. I have to click it. I have to click it. That's so cute. Okay, you get to sleep next to me. Put this here. Aw, cute. Where do I want to put you? I would like to rearrange other things so that you can fit. Okay, you get to sit at the foot of my bed. Wait. What if I upside down? Yes, like that. Perfect. Perfect, even. Cute. Can I actually move other things? There's like plastic chairs in my inventory too. Basically sword fighting wizard sim with a story RPG. Oh, cool. Okay. That's okay, Vulture. You're all good, hun. You don't need to apologize. You come on through whenever you're available and wish to.
Kitty. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me.
Your bed is ready.
At last! No more sleeping like a peasant. You have my eternal gratitude. Hold on. I have something for you in return. Perhaps you could consider placing it in the house, you know, for my entertainment.
Cute. A rare fishy. Well, I don't know where I would put it though, to be honest. Where would I put it? Oh, I can put a witch hat on. Or I can put oh wait, can I put the witch hat on my cat? No, only on animals. Orca! Hi, outstanding Orca. How are you, sweet? It's so good to see you. Well, a shooter with a lightsaber. Confusing. Oh, are you talking about Knights of the Old Republic too? Jedi Academy is more of a shooter. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, hold on. I forgot how to, where's the... Oh. Wait, where do you... Can we both be cats? We can both be... Oh, I wanted to sit here with my cat. Oh, kitty left.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. Where... You would think that I would be inventory. It is, in fact, not. Wait, what do I do? Okay, F. Okay, what do I do with you? Place this. Oh, cute! I'll put this right here for you to watch the fish. Okay? Let's see. Are you happy? Do I have to feed it? What else do I want to make? What else is in here that we can make? A hay bale stack. A heart light. Oh! It requires rose quartz, though. I don't have that, that's for sure. Doing well here. The construction guys finally came around to inspect my roof leak today. Oh, that's good, Orca. I'm still waiting on our guy to inspect the roof leak. I'm so glad that that's finally getting figured out, hun. It's so good to see you again. Made at the furnace. Do I have to make a furnace? Or is that a different thing? Whoa. Scarecrow? This thing's scary. A refiner is scary. I don't like its teeth. Okay, we already have a wake bench. A wake bench. Ah, there's the furnace. Okay, I need to probably let's go do some mining. Oh, and also how many days until these are gonna be 5, I think? I think it's 5 days. Okay. Let's see about yay. I wonder if I have limited capacity in my inventory or not. Thankfully, just a minor issue. Oh, that's a relief. I'm glad to hear that, hun. Phew. Good. I want a cow. I want a horsey and a cow. The animals in this barn consume 2 fodder per night. There's enough food for 29 nights. Okay. This building has 2 available spots left. Oh, wait, is Stony a... Oh, I didn't realize Stony... Do I mine Stony? How do I... Do you want the hat? I have a witch hat. Maybe he's not allowed to have it. What the fuck does he do? Does he just like put stone on the ground? Is that his job? Can I give you the hat? Who gets the hat? Is it just me? Am I the only one who gets the hat? Wait, it's G, right? No, it's not. Wait, no, it's F. There we go. I thought I had a little witch hat. I don't know, I'm crazy. Okay, let's go this way. Witch Hat Atelier! Banger anime if you haven't seen it. So recommend. Oh my god, you're so cute. What is your name? I must know you. Oh, you must be Tao, right? Welcome, I'm Luna. Looks like we're stuck here for now. While we wait, maybe try growing something. Props always lift my spirits. Or, hey, have you tried making a flower arrangement? Make a flower arrangement? How do you do that? Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so cute. Okay, let's start with the middle flower. We'll make it. Oh my god. I'm gonna waste all my money on making this fucking flower arrangement. Let's have a beautiful blue. Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to afford this. I've chosen 2 flowers. I have a total of 229 gold Luna coins, but this is already 20. Okay, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay, no. If I do this, I will not be able to afford it. Okay, I'll be here. What else do you do? Oh, more. Onion seeds. Is there garlic? Get it? Is for vampires? Cruel cumber. Cute. I want a cruel cumber. Can I have another one? I want 2 cruel cumbers. Be sure to water them every day. Oh shit, I forgot to water the other ones. I'm really bad at farming games. Are there effects to it, or is it just decor? I think it's just decor. Okay, I better, okay, F, and then right click, and then plant, and then plant, and then plant, and then water. Water. Yes. Oh, good. I'm glad I didn't forget to do that. I wonder if the time actually continues to go if I just stand still. Or if it's only when I'm moving. Someone keep an eye on that. Let me know if it moves. Oh, it does. It does. Can't have that. Can't be out here during the sun. You die.
Halt! Go no further. I, Pumpkinhead, forbid you entry to the town of Moonlit Peaks.
What are you talking about?
Ah, an inquisitive mind. Good. Let's just say the town's still finding its shape. Something to do with symmetry and abnormal normality.
So I can't get into town?
Your observation is correct. You're locked out by a barrier of temporary confusion. Fun, isn't it? Until the right time has arrived. You'll have to content yourself with all of this. I've temporarily expanded my horizons with commercialized embroidery.
Okay.
Marvelous. Enthusiasm with a hint of fear. My favorite combination.
That sounds like something that Save would say.
Walk up to the table at any time and stitch together your artistic visions. Creation awaits. Probably.
What in the fuck?
Welcome to the embroidery station. Stitch away.
What? $400 dues? Do you think I'm made of money, bro?
You shall not pass. I always wanted to say that.
Bruh. If only watering plants was as easy as it is in games. It's true. So is there no one else to talk to besides her and him? And I mean, I guess I could probably. Does she wasn't selling any fishing rods, was she? What's over here? Oh no, there's another person. Hold on. Oh, it's you. Go on. I'm listening. Barely. I actually don't have wine for you. Sorry. I'll leave you alone. I know you only want me for wine. What the fuck is that? That's so scary. Hold on. I want to catch these strange creatures. Wah! Fuck. Damn it. Oh my god. Gotcha. I need the other one. Wait, no, it's running away. Oh my god. Oh, please. How? Gotcha. There are many things that cause me enthusiasm with a hint of fear. Herbifont. Lost the final round. Nani? Is that something I can pick up? Denny smacked. This is one way to avoid an axe. Yikes. Whoa. Do we need to, like, bury more people? Is that how we get more people? Is they fucking die and then they come back to life and... Oh, hi! Whoa. Well, hello there. You must be the new resident. I definitely remember a face like yours. The name's Noelle. I'm a talented warlock, if I do say so myself. I'm also the fastest broom racer in town. Nice to And, of course, I've got the best smile on this side of the moon. But you've probably noticed that already. Speechless? I understand. Don't worry, we'll be seeing a lot more of each other. I'll make sure of it. See you around, gorgeous. Ugh. I'm allowed to call people gorgeous because I'm platonic about it, but he gives me the creeps. My cat Tiggy discovered a new trick. We were meowing at each other, and then she decided to launch herself up at me, so I had to grab her to hold her. She immediately started purring as if to show how proud she was of herself. That's so funny, but beware of if she happens to accidentally, like, if she does that, and you don't catch her, I think you may be in for a face full of scritchy scratches. Noel is such a humble guy, isn't he? Narcissistic warlock, noted in the journal, 100%. So, your time has come at last. He doesn't have a face, so he's got to whisper, okay? An undead, I see. Not many souls wander the earth this long without feeling my touch. You are different, are you not? Are you talking to me? Indeed, I am. You have my full attention. You're deaf? Surprised. You expected something different. I love that he is like ready to go to Hawaii. Something more ominous, perhaps. I feel like every character in this game is just role-playing. I know, it's really funny. I have been watching you. There is something about you. Something that piques my curiosity. What sparked your curiosity? I see all the endings, all the final moments. But you are not like the others. Your story, it is not yet written in full. But enough of this serious talk. I am not here for work. I'll be around, finding a little peace and quiet. Interesting. Hi there, excellent Esme. Welcome on in. You just saw the new Spider-Man movie. Very cool. I do want to see it. I've heard pretty good things. Sorry, it's very loud. Enter the Twilight Catacombs. Locked from the inside. I wonder if that's where you go to fight things. Very windy up there. It's quiet now. I'm not talking to you. Wait, hold on. Can I steal that rod from you? Damn it, Noel. Noel. Even with Tao's voice acting, I can only hear that version of Death with Christopher Lee's voice, like the Discworld movies. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah. Hold on. I gotta plug in the phone. There we go. Ooh, I want this too. I'm collecting all of the animals. And I also want to dig this up. Hold on. Dig. Oh, also, I think this is some of the rose quartz that I wanted. Let's go. Hold on, I need all this stuff. Please don't break. Please don't break. Please don't break. Okay, yay. Yay! Oh, I don't want that. That's just regular rock. Get that shiny thing. Yes, all the shiny things must be gotten. I will exhaust myself, and then I'll go home and I'll work on making things out of rose quartz. Oh wow, that was just a soda can. Who's burying soda cans, really? Not as biodegradable as you may think. Please let me get the last one. Yes. Okay. Oh right, I also have my little cat form. I'm a little bit faster in that form, I think. So
Whee. This may need to go to the top of the wish list. Let's go. I can't wait to hear what you think of it when you play it, hun. Yo, she's playing the Goth Animal Crossing game. Yo, I so am. It's super cute. Hey there, lovely Lucy, by the way. How are you? It's good to see ya. Should I go talk to Victor again? I am obsessed with the cat's little running animation. It's so cute. You should play Moonlight Island. I think you'll like it. It's farming sim with Pokemon. Oh, interesting. I'm picturing it now. Juicy, bloody grape, slightly glowing. Nope. You don't want to talk to me until I have... No one wants me unless I have wine for them. Rude. 50 hours in it, so that's not small potatoes. Wow, damn, okay. That's quite a bit, yeah. I'm doing good tonight. How about you, girl? Doing great, Sweetie Pie. Thank you for asking. Oh, this is kind of cute. Like, these sticks respond to me. They move around in accordance with whatever I'm doing. I would love for Save to get sponsored by this particular game because I want to see him play a cozy game like this. I know already that this is the sort of game I will binge hard for like 3 weeks and forget how to adult. Yeah, I could see it. Correct. Hi, gorgeous Greg. How are you? Oh, what do you know? It's one of the wonderful people responsible for our partnership checkmark. Thank you so much. I can stop lurking in my own stream now. Thank you so much for the raid, hun. I really appreciate it. How was, let's see, what did you finish up with? Guild Run! Okay, that one we did play last week, I think. What did you think? Did you like it? You guys, this is the absolutely outstanding Neo Greg, who has graced us with their presence, fresh from a Guild Run raid. Sorry, I don't know why I went like old wizard there. This Hearthstone arena aficionado streams with regal flair, balancing speedruns and educational content. Their recent escapades include exploring the realms of Densha Tak and Enter the Gungeon. Truly a diverse realm of gaming fit for a monarch's court. And also, just recently, did some Guild Run. I know that there are some pals who loved Guild Run, and if you guys would like to go and check out the wonderful Neo Greg, he did just play that today. How are you? Howdy, partner. Howdy, fellow partner. How you doing? It's so good to see you. How are you? How did the Hearthstone games go? And also, how did you enjoy your Guild Run? Looking forward to playing more and eventually the full game. Sick, awesome. Is it your kind of game, Greg? Is it similar to other things that you've played and enjoyed? I'm not sure if you saw, Greg, but we're actually going to, because of your recommendation revolving around loot. What was it called? Hold on. Lootbound. That's it. Lootbound. We're playing that today. So yeah, we're gonna be playing a game recommended by lovely Greg. But Greg, yeah, if you guys, raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're doing demos today, and one of the demos we're going to be playing is Lootbound, which is what Greg played, I think, literally last week. Is that right? We also have a horsey game. I'm a horse girl, so I'm very excited to play that. And we actually finished, shockingly, we finished the demo for Trees Hate You, which is a fucking frustrating as fuck game. Do not recommend if you don't like to be frustrated, but if you love being frustrated, I highly recommend. But yeah, it is such a pleasure to have you here. When is your next stream? Is it like tomorrow? And you've been streaming those long hours. I know it. I've been there. If you need to, I don't know, go to bed or go eat or go to the bathroom or go walk or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. You can make a jack-o'-lantern with the rose quartz. That's pretty cool. Hold on, I gotta reorient myself. What am I doing? Lewdbound is fun too. Is there lewdness in Lewdbound? You did a good job escaping the trees. I got so frustrated, dude. I was yelling, screaming and yelling. A tree trunk table. Wait, I can have my heart lights. Oh, I want these so bad. I want this. What color do I want? I think I want orange. Okay, that says it's red, but that's fine. Let me go put this outside. Okay, so cute. I really hope that I would really like to be able to like stretch it across this
this entrance area, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. So it's G, it's F. I keep fucking that up. Where is our, no, wait. I'm getting confused between the, F is inventory, right? So where is the thing that I want? Where is the thing that I want? Oh, it's there. Sorry, I'm stupid. It does go across. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Can I, wait, can I, oh, I can put this in the inventory? Yes, please. Okay, awesome. I put that there, and then I'll put the big one across the way. It's so pretty. I love it. I think that should be possible. This has chibi paleo vibes to it. It does. It so does. Okay, now I gotta put my other heart lights someplace else. I wonder if my crops would like some light. I think they would. There you go. You guys get light. Let's chop this a little bit. Just chop it a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of a... Ah, fuck. Okay, fine. Let's be tired. Do we need to eat or anything? I have like a cooking station here, but I'm not sure if you... Oh, it just gives you more energy. Okay, so it's not like a necessity to eat. But probably not great to like... Too tired. Too tired to do anything. Let's go sleep with our axe, shall we? Sleep. Can you change the color once you purchase it? No, I don't think so. I did unlock a cat bed, though. It's Wednesday. Hal's reaction is exactly the same as my reaction would be. And I'm not afraid to admit that. Yay! You are an undead. I don't think food is required. Yeah, that's fair. But we clearly are still burning energy. So. Oh, it's you. Those grapes are coming along nicely. The music is so whimsical. I must admit, you're doing better than I expected. There's one tiny detail I forgot. Here. But Greg, thank you so very much for the raid, hun. I really do appreciate it. If you do want to let us know when you're going to be streaming next and what you have on the docket for like for future sponsorships and stuff, and maybe when you'll next be playing Guild Run, because I know we have several pals who really enjoyed that, even though I had no fucking clue what I was doing. I think that they would probably like to see a better, more experienced player play it. Greg, please let us know. But thank you so very much for the raid. And you guys, Greg, as I mentioned earlier, when I was talking about wonderful people who contributed to our ability to get our little check mark here. Greg is constantly playing banger music. If you are a sub, you can also go in there and request a free song every day. And he's also an exceptional Hearthstone player, Hearthstone Arena, right up there with the sweetest of save files. And then he also does some cool sponsored stuff as well as just shit that he wants to play, which is very cool, very cool. Yeah, thank you for shouting him out once more. Keg blueprint? Time for a cozy keg. House party at Tau's place. Let's go. Surely it won't be a problem for any mortals in the area. You'll need to craft a keg to actually make red wine. Did you steal this blueprint too? Ha! Steal is such a loaded word. Let's call it preemptive borrowing. Anyway, you've got trees everywhere, as well as an axe, and a perfectly good workbench. I'm sure even you can figure it out. He's so snarky, this guy. Ooh. Come find me when the red wine is ready. Okay. What do we need to craft this? Let's go look. I might already have all the shit for it. Let's see. I'm remembering the term preemptive borrowing for future Stardust memoir quests. I like that. Let's just call it preemptive borrowing. Hey, Captain? Oh, we need more wood. Okay, sorry, I need more wood. I need 20 woods. What's up with everyone and their vine? Their vine? What do you mean? Oh, their vine. Their wine. Their vine. You need their vine. Chop things up. Chop things up. Oh, and there was also, I wonder if I started to chop this guy up. I wonder if I was pretty close to finishing it off, or if it respawned, it's... Oh, no. There you go. What about you? I don't want to cut you down, but I will. Do you have a TV set? No, I think I'm too busy on the farm for television. Whoa! Loud. What about this one? What about these? What about that? Can you chop that one down too? I don't know. It's kind of willow-esque. It'd be hard to chop down a willow tree, wouldn't it? As in, could you bring yourself to do it? Also, these are in the way of my cutscenes. I'm gonna get rid of these trees too. Oh my god, please. Oh my god, please. Yay! Okay, how many woods do I have? Let me check. Woods. Okay, wait, I have dark woods. I need regular woods. What the fuck? How do I get... Oh, right there. Okay, actually, I think I have enough now. Let's go see. I know you are not on good terms with trees, but is it necessary to chop them all? I'm not chopping them all. I am chopping a specific number of them because I have to. And maybe for a little bit of stress relief. It's fine. It's fine. I'm allowed. Okay. Let's put this. Jesus, it's huge. Can I put this outside? Do you think I can put this outside? Shit. Oh my god, please. Please. Let me see if I'm able to put it outside. Chopping for revenge! It's okay, I'm gonna let them grow back. These guys haven't done anything to me. I have trust issues, but I'm slowly regaining trust in trees after my traumatic experience earlier today. Can I put this out here? Just in case anyone wants to drink on my property. Does it have to go inside? Oh, it doesn't have to go inside. Okay, I can just chop this tree down. And I can put it next to the house. And then I can know if anyone is stealing my vine. Ooh, that. Ash tree seeds. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be chopping it down. Oh, well. You're pissing off the Lorax. I think that's what happened. I think that's exactly why we were suffering in our last game. Hello? Could you imagine absolute trauma if one fell on you in this game after playing Trees Hate You? Oh my god, I would have so many issues ever trusting a tree in a game again, to be honest. No fucking way. Do I have to get this out of here? Oh, okay. Can I just farm over it? I kind of have doubts. Let me see. Trees hate Tau. It's true. That is accurate. That is sadly very tragically accurate. Damn it. This is so chunky. It's such an eyesore. Where do I put it? Maybe in the corner of my property. Really demonstrate how displeased I am with the fact that I even have to have it here in the first place. It starts with one. It always starts with one. And before you know it, they're all gone. Turned into useful furniture and stuff. How resourceful. What about if I get rid of some of the... Yeah. Oh, I can also get rid of some of these. Maybe I can fit it over here beside this giant boulder. That's a nice boulder. Don't want to get rid of that boulder. But I will get rid of these little logs. I'm watching my phone in bed, so I only just noticed the tiny bat wings on the keg. Oh god, I love this art style. It's so cute, isn't it? I'm a big fan. It's really, really beautiful. Very cute. Very cute. Is that facing the right way? Oh yeah, it is. Sorry. I've never seen a keg in my life. I need to water these. And then you guys, we have to go on a break. And you guys can let me know if you want to continue playing this game or if you would like to go over to Lootbound or Horsey Game or if you want to keep playing this, okay? We do still have a good few hours left of stream, so don't worry too much. I'm going to give you guys a boss battle. This is only going to be for 3 minutes. Please make sure that you... Wait, actually, sorry. I realized I probably need to put a poll up first. Which game next? Continue... Okay, that says continue. Continue, cozy vamps. Horsey game or loot bound. All right, Give you guys 5 minutes. Please go ahead and vote. The poll is now live. Back to the tree game. Get rid of Liv. Just kidding. There's nothing else we can do. There was no challenge mode. None at all. Please make sure that you guys hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you. I miss you. I'll see you soon. Whee! Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. I don't know. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? I use my protogen. That's it. Thank you. Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Luna. Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Trasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. Wait! Look! Look at him! Hold on. I have some music for you guys that you chose last week. He's so cute. Look at his memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Arms. Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. Or whatever. Shut up! I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns. Wait, no, wait. I need to put the water in there. Oh god. Oh no. Oh fuck. I don't know. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god. As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Trasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Hello, 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 my darlings. Okay. I will let you finish your words, and then we will jump back into our stream. It looks like you have 1 minute left, and nobody wants to continue our cozy vampire game. But maybe you want to do a horsey game? Maybe? If you guys haven't voted yet, please do so now. I am afraid. Welcome back, sweetest. I use my guns only for good and convenience. Well done on your boss as well. I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my... Looks like a horsey game. I like horsey games. Hold on. I have some music for you guys that you... real quick. Let me get you over there. Okay, so this demo's playtime is limited to 25 in-game rounds. We rely on players' word of mouth to spread the word about our game.
Look at
I will
his
let them have some of the data to make the game better. And let me put horsies. Ah! Thank you for the pallet taxi to Space Cat. Okay, we got horsies. I love that this is considered a sports game. That's fantastic. Let me get you guys your game sound real quick. Welcome back, terrific Talon uppies. Yay, good Talon. I think you're going to enjoy this. I think I will too. I'm excited. Ooh, sweetest Soritza, how did you enjoy Spider-Man? Horse creator? Horse creator.
Oh, it's so cute. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, he's so cute.
That's adorable. That's so cute. Enter a name for the game. This is the pouch. Round pen. Welcome to Horses of Hoofprint Bay. You finally did it. You bought a piece of land with your savings and left your job to build a new life around horses. You are currently on the ferry bringing you and your horse to your new home. What would you like to be called? How do you want to look? I'm Cow. Oh, we got sliders. That's cool. There-ish? Cow spends entire hour on horse creator screen. More at 10. It's like, you know me! You know me too well. Okay. We'll put our hair up like that. And we'll wear some cute clothes. We should wear helmets. If you're riding a horse, you should wear a helmet, but I like my hair, so I don't want to wear one. This is the perfect jacket for horse riding. I love a cargo pant, and I love some boots. We could get some gaiters now. Just these are I think they're gaiters. I think those are meant to be gaiters. Not what I would wear, but I would wear these. Your horse. Eee. Make a unicorn. Maybe I will. Maybe we will, just for you. I liked it without spoiling anything. I think it's a really cool direction for how they're handling MCU Spider-Man, and they made him depressed like the comics. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, poor Spidey. This is all hand drawn, by the way, which is awesome. That is very cool. You can tell too. It's really, really pretty. The ferry arrived at the town near your new home. Next, the horses will be brought ashore. Which one of these is yours? Oh, that one's... Thrasher was like... Oh, that one kind of looks vaguely... I'm gonna go with this one. Wait, where'd it go? I'll go with this one. Oh, wait, I can actually pull them out and look first. Hold on. Oh, nope, this is closest to Thrash. All my horses must look like Thrasher. Thank you for the care package, Louis Loudon. You get to ride to your new home? Did we buy a fucking island? That's sick. Hi, see the Shadow Dragon. How are you? Great to see ya. Ride to your new home. Your stuff is already at the new property. Now you only have to ride your horse over to your new home. Okay. Oh, they want me to walk. Mm-hmm. Cute. This is so cute. Uh-oh. Looks like this path is blocked. Let's find another way. This is so cute, dude. This is adorable. So cute. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, that's cute. Oh. There you go. Jump. Jump. Okay, that's okay. Hold on. Okay, I'm doing this too late. When do you want me to do this? About here? Nope. Whee! I'm not sure at what point do they want me to do it like as soon as it offers it? Surely not. That's so far behind. Okay, I gotta be sprinting. I gotta be sprinting here. Is this the energy? Ah, strength. I didn't read what that said. You're going to fracture that horse's leg. Yeah, this is not this is not good for my horse. Unfortunately. Horsey, please. I think I may have fucked it up. Are you pressing when it wants a hold? Oh, maybe. Also, I may have broken the game. Horsey will not move. Horsey will not move, even though strength is up. What have I done? I'm so sorry. I might have broken Horsey. Hi, 8 thumbs. Want to thank you again for the awesome chibi art you made for Pocky. I want to thank you again for how generous you were to support her in her time of need, sweetheart. Thank you so much for requesting that. Okay, we'll just skip. I think I can probably figure this. Oh my god! Ithans! Thank you so much! Holy shit! Sweetie, thank you for the— holy fuck, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10! Thank you so very much. That is so generous. What a thank you. You did not need to do that, hon. I just really appreciated what you did for Pocky. But thank you so much. Now you're supporting me too. Thank you so much. That is so, so sweet of you, hon. Oh my gosh, thank you. And you got our little badge. We have just for this week, we have a little badge because we have partners. So we have a little badge you can earn by gifting 3 or more subs, and you just definitely got it. Thank you so much, Ithams. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Woo, I love badges. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Here, have another one. Thank you so much, hon. That is insanely generous of you. Holy crap. Thank you. Okay, you made it to your new yard. The horse you brought with you found shelter in the only building on the grounds, the old wonky shed you made into a small stable. Your uncle lent you his old construction trailer, so you have a place to stay too. Now it's time to make your dreams reality. The next steps will be to take care of your horse and to clear a little space for a small riding arena so that you can start training your horse. When you announced that you wanted to start your own yard, your friends gifted you some books that they thought might be useful to you. Go to the main house and look at your library. There may even be helpful information there. You don't have to read everything right now. Just have a look so you know where to search if you're looking for some information. You'll figure it out as you play, don't worry. Water your horse by zooming into the stable building and dragging the water bucket to the water trough. Also drag some hay from the storage into the hay rack. You can see how much feed you have in the storage right next to the stable. If it is empty, you have to buy more feed in town. A horse always needs access to water and fiber.
Badges, mushroom.
Oh, Sweeta Sarita wants that cowgirl outfit. Howdy. Wait. Howdy. Fancy meeting you here. Thank you, cutie. You get this for, we need cowgirl outfit for horse game. Oh, good point. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Should I just talk like this the whole time? Maybe I'll even give y'all that if that's what you want to do. A horse always needs access to water and fiber, meaning either hay or grazing in the fields. You can feed additional grains if the horse gets ridden a lot and needs more nutrition, but it still always needs high fiber content like hay or grass. Main house. What's in the library? Horse care. I won't read all that. Injuries and illnesses. I won't read all that either. But it's okay. I know how to do this. Oh good. You can actually accept borders. That's cool. Cool. Okay, I gotta go feed my horse. Oh my god, he's so cute. Do we have a badger song in Tangia? I don't think so. Yes? Strad, do you want to put a poll up to see if everybody wants to listen to me do a southern accent for the next 45 to 50 minutes? Okay, water to the trough. Wait, more. Yeah, that's like an actual bathtub. I have seen that before, but that's really funny. Have food. Use the hay to fill up. You want more? Have some more. How about some more? More. Okay. Build a riding arena. Select the area to the lower left of the stable, and use the build button to clear space and set up a little arena. It takes overnight to build or upgrade a building. When you are done with everything you want to do for today, click on New Day on the top right. Okay. Do I have enough money for this? I have just enough money for it. Okay. I and I can't give lessons until then. What's over here? A yearling paddock. Ooh, that's cute. Not upgradable in the demo though. And then a breeding station. Oh wow, we're gonna make a whole stud farm and everything. What's over here? We got some fields. Need to build those. Oh, you guys, please do vote in case you want the comparison. And if you vote yes, you'll be hearing this for pretty much the next 45 to 50 minutes. That's real dependent on your personal preferences. If you vote no, I will talk normally. But we are playing a horsey game. So if you really want, I'll put the hat on, I'll talk like this, and yeah. Even more accurate horse game, you have no money because it's all spent on horse stuff. 100%. I have expensive hobbies, horses and fountain pens. Both of those things end up being money sinks. Okay, we can't do that right now. I guess we will call it a new day. He's so cute. Before you ride, you have to brush your horse and pick out the hooves. Click on your horse to take it to the hitching post. If the coat isn't clean and smooth where the saddle goes, the horse might get saddle sores from hair or dirt sticking up under the saddle. If there are stones stuck in the hoof and you ride, a hoof abscess can be the result. The horse doesn't care if its legs are dirty or if the mane is uncombed, as long as the back and belly are clean and there are no stones in the hooves. Muck out the stable. Pick up the manure piles and wet shavings by zooming to the stables and dragging the pitchfork over the dirty spots. Leaving the stable dirty may lead to hoof infections over time. Poopy, 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 poopy. This is so much easier than actually doing it, dude. How good. All right. You would like me to talk like this? I can absolutely do that. No redeem needed. Happy to help. Art and animal care are expensive hobbies. Ain't that the truth? Good for you. Watching streams is my hobby. That could be a money time sink too. That's certainly a possibility. All right. Let's see. We gotta bring you over to over here. Do I need to like? I guess it's probably fine. I hope you don't run. Oh my God, he's so dirty. Oh, she's a girl. We can rename her. What should we rename her? Thrashette. I do not miss taking care of horses. I do. I love my horse. He was a good boy. Well, he was not, but he was. I loved him anyway. All right. I don't know. What do I want to call? What do I want to call her? I like that they go in depth with this game. Pretty much it covers every aspect of raising a horse. I mean, more or less. Obviously, it does make it seem pretty easy, comparatively speaking. Streams are more of a time sink than a money sink in my experience. That is true. I suppose that is true. It kind of depends, I think, on what kind of a viewer you are. You know what I mean? This is so much easier than the real thing. I love it. Gotta go around the frogs here. Is that just one? We don't gotta do the others. Okay, she only needs one. Fashetta? All right, Fashetta it is. Cute. All right, let's see. So there's that. Do we need to do any checks or anything? Her health is good, I think. Do we want to give her a little treat? We don't have a carrot or nothing. That's all right. Okay. Oh, that was quick. Wow, this is so easy. Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that it just automatically did it. That's crazy. No, I want the red one. Why did it? I guess we can train, right? Show jumping training, lunge and walk, trot. Let's see here. So this is what it will give us or how much it costs? Let's do some show jumping trainer. I gotta figure this out. Because I fucked it up a couple of times, ain't I? Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, they just needed me to go a little faster. Good horsey. Wait, what? Oh, it's because I didn't slow down enough. Understood. The horse I used to take care of and learn to ride dressage was named Rascal, and he 100% lived up to the name. So did Thrasher. What is it with us naming our animals and them following through on their namesakes, hey? Can't wait to see you participate in an event. Wouldn't that be cute? Wouldn't that be cute? Okay, I'll be a little more responsible. Ah, golly gee whiz, they sure are, this is a lazy horse, I'll tell you what. We definitely are gonna need a little bit of time for them, for him to recover, I think. Well done, well done. All right, we gotta do a little bit of Russian for, wait, what? I'm sorry? Why is it? Fine. All right, let's see. Can we go on a trail? That might be fun. A tiny forest trail to start with. Gotta train them up. Gotta train them up. So cute. This is so cute. Hey there, cutie caution. Howdy, how's it going? It's good to see you. Do I want to go up this way, maybe? I love horse games, dude. They're so cute. They're so cute. Bless their heart. Tiny forest trail indeed. How are your feet doing? Yeah, I gotta get a little bit of stuff out of them. Let's see. All right, body condition's a bit lower. Is that the maxed out? It's 36. We're at 25 out of 36 potential. Let's see. Oh, hey, howdy, Splatter. Thank you so much for the care package. Indeed, indeed, I nod my hat to you. The spicy cheese sandwich that Mom just made was amazing. I need to go compliment her and tell her I need more of that in my life. Yeah, do it. She'd appreciate that. Let's see here. I don't want to overwork him either, but I'm not clear on 25 out of 36. Oh, yeah, no, I think that we can probably do another, 25, 30. If we do one more that's 10, let's do some lunge and walk trot training, all right? Oh, look at this. Cute. We will walk here. Howdy. Howdy. This is the most obedient horse I've ever seen. What a good boy. What a good boy. Girl. She's a girl. Sorry. Because she looks so much like my horse who was a boy, I got confused. I keep getting confused. Obedient for now. Hey, that's true, ain't it? Day 4 post-operation is so far so good. Oh, that is so good to hear. I'm real happy to hear that. Excellent. All right, I think you're about done. 35 out of 39. Yeah, it's probably time for a, let me take him some extra care here. We'll just get you ready and cleaned up here. A little bit of brushing, make sure there's nothing in your hooves, Think you're missing something on your head? Oh, you're absolutely right. I am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Spent the whole day studying since I got finals this week. Oh my gosh, you're doing that and also post-op, hey? Damn. You are powerful. You are powerful. Hey, I hope I've done this right. I hope I ain't hurt my horse here. What's our goals? Train your horse up to at least 45 strength and 30 endurance. Lunging your horse can be a good way to train it up, especially in the beginning, because it is less demanding on the horse than riding. Well, that is true. Giving riding lessons is an easy way to earn some money. Riding students will pay you for riding your horse and receiving instructions. Just be aware that horses used in lessons will need some additional training to keep up their strength and endurance. let's see. Yeah, I do need a little bit more money. So maybe I should do that. Caution! Thank you so much for the 7-strain streak. Genuinely impressive. Thank you so much. Maybe feed the girl too? Nah. I don't know if she needs to be fed, you know, I mean. Alright. I don't know if, based on this, I don't know if she's ready to, do you want to go out in the, oh, I need to build the fields area first. $200 reduce, let's go. That seems worth it. I suppose a new day. We got all these notifications all done. Unless there's a different, Tachetta is, how are you feeling? Yeah, you're pretty maxed out. I don't think that we want to do nothing else with you for today. Do you need some more water? Or more food? Have some more food. All right, it's new day time. Are you, what are you feeding her? She hasn't pooped yet? No, she has pooped. She's pooped. Don't worry, she's pooped. I've been cleaning up is all. I'm a tidy horse owner. And she's dirty. Look, you can see how dirty she is from over here. All right, we're gonna need to bring her back over here. No, sorry, no, wait, over here, there. For a sec, I thought your horse was missing. No. All right, we need to train her to how much strength? What was the goal here? I'm not looking, hold on, I'm not staring at that. What are the goals? Train up, 45 strength, 30 endurance. Okay, where are we for that? How are we doing on that? Oh my God, please, let me have my freaking horse. The music's so cute. All right, I guess I gotta move her there first, and then I move her here, and then 30 and 40. Okay, 30 and 40 endurance. Okay, she needs more of that. Needs more of that for sure. I love playing little horsey games. Oh, you're not nearly as dirty in the feet as I thought you'd be. She's been rolling around in the field. She has. Horses are a bit dirty sometimes. No horseplay allowed. How dare you, Skellington? Or Hobbs, sorry. Wrong person. Howdy, how's it going? I know there's no reward or anything for the stream streaks, but I had close to a 40 stream streak, but lost it due to no internet for like a week. Oh, that's all right, Space Cat. Yeah, there's nothing, there ain't nothing wrong with missing out on streams, okay? So don't pressure yourself. All right. 62! All right, let's see. We'll put some tack on you. Wait, oh my God. Why am I so confused about how this tack thing works here? I guess I need to go and buy different tack, and then that's like the preview, and then it automatically happens. Is that right? All right. So advanced -1 on the strength, not enough there. I'm sorry, we need you to do your job. You gotta earn your keep, Fanchetta. How old is your horse? Apparently 62, which is pretty old. Howdy, how you doing, Hop? This is a rider with good posture. When given lessons, correct riders when they lose their good posture. Watch the rider's torso and correct them when they start leaning too far forward or backward. What about when they go up and down hills? Do I have to correct them properly then? Hey? All right, so I think I'm supposed to correct them to go the... What? Oh, cute! Shit! Oh my God. I've been using the left and right on the... I've been using the A and the D and not the... Sit up straight, bitch. Watch the rider's legs and correct them when they start putting them too far backward or forward. Oh, they want, okay, I do have to use the different, that's bit confusing. Different keys, I see. They're making Granny Fanchetta work this hard? Ah, watch the rider's hands and correct them when they start raising them too high or dropping them too low. They're gonna mix this all up, ain't they? You need heaps? Absolutely, Space Cat. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thanks so much for coming in, spending some time with us. Always a pleasure. We'll see you again soon, all right? Well done. All together now. Keep an eye on the rider's legs, torso, and hands, and correct them when they start moving from their ideal position. Crafty, howdy. How you going? So good to see you. I don't appreciate the, oh my God. Bring that shit down. Lean back. Oh. There. Oh, fuck, wrong. I keep pressing wrong fucking keys. This is actually kind of clever, I must confess. Lesson quality was excellent. Thank you. It's almost like I've done this before. If only I could just say things instead of trying to push buttons, eh? All right, let's see here. Doing all right. Was lurking. I did see you lurking, but I don't like to call out our lurkers, you know what I mean? But thank you so much for being here. I hope that you're having a good one, doing okay. Hope you feel much better in short order, darling. You deserve to. All right, how are we doing here? Let me I just like, hello? I need, can I not clean my horse? Please. Is my horse a little bit glitched? Oh, this is cute. You can't even see. Hold on. I gotta show y'all this. This is cute. Not there. Wait, where's my lower? There it is. Look, there's a little horse doodle on the sticky note. I think that's adorable. I like the little touches. I like the little touches. Maybe we give them the feedback for voice commands. You never know. They may add it. It's possible. Got curious about horses. Hey, there you go. Well, we're happy to acquiesce your request to enjoy some horse training. Eon, thanks so much for the care package, darling. Appreciate it. There is indeed a bunch of cute stuff in this game. Ain't that the truth? Okay, my horse can't seem to figure out, what if I close it? Can I have access to you now? Can I put you out here? There we go. That's what I needed. That's what I needed. Oh, a little bit tired. Are you tired? Maybe you're not tired. What kind of, hold on. Confidence is at 99. That's a confident horse. We should probably do a little bit more training then. Competition license. Yeehaw. I feel like there needs to be more horse games. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? I do find the fact that this is all hand-drawn to be particularly particularly enthralling. I find that to be extremely cute. Very, very homey, you know? What do you mean? We have the horse game, Uma Musume. No, those are horse girls. That ain't got nothing to do with horses, not really. All right, I think she's tired. Minus 39. Maybe she needs some time alone, perhaps. Plus 10, plus 3, plus 1. I mean, I don't know. I'm still kind of confused about whether we're trying to hit the red bar or we're not. We should play The Legend of Kimori. Well, we did get to try that for a little bit. That was cool. That was a cute game. All right, maybe I'll give you some time to relax. All right. Where you have $145 dues because we had a lesson. We do need to make a parking lot. You can park a vehicle here, transport your horses to town. Upgrade the parking to make more horses. Take more horses in the competition. Wait, what happens if we go to town? You can compete and go to the store. Oh, this is so cute. Oh my God, this really does look just like a tiny feed stop, eh? There's a horse in Ghost of Tsushima. Oh yes, and I love the horse in that. You don't like the horse in that, Sarita? I loved Ghost of Tsushima because I loved riding around my horse. No, I mean like proper run of it if possible. It's a beautiful game. Yeah, I mean if the pals wanted it, you know, would of course be down. Let's see here. How many bales of hay do I have? Actually, do you want some treats? I'm gonna get him some treats. $45 strength, 30 endurance. I think we got $100. It's too expensive. Oh, she's just chilling in there, hey? I'll give her a treat. Have a treat. Wait, what's it say? What is that flash? What's happening there? Hold on. What's it saying? Let's see. Don't change much about the horse's hunger, but they raise a little bit of confidence. Oh, you don't need that. You're at 100. You're an overly confident horse, darling. I don't think you're in much need of that. All right. We'll work on it some more tomorrow. Ramel, howdy. Thanks so much for the 30 stream streak, darling. I appreciate it. She deserves treats. I agree. Oh, you mean that part? Yes, sorry. No, I remember that vividly as well. That was that was very depressing. We actually played it all on stream too, so you can go back and look at my reaction to that. Howdy, Eric. How you doing? It's good to see you. Gonna head to bed for the night. Absolutely, Solar. You're home alone for the next few days. Oh, I hope that wherever Dustin is just doing all right. Thank you for feeding me, Shadow Princess. And Solar, I hope you sleep wonderfully well. I have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for giving me them treats, Shadow Princess. You have a good night as well, sweetheart. Thanks so much for being here. Love the cowgirl outfit. It's so cute. Ah, shucks. Thanks so much. Bless your heart. You get it twice. She's at a conference. Oh, fair enough. Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm quite glad that she's all right. Yeah, have a great night, Solar. Thanks so much. All right, let's clean up a bit again. Get you some more food. Wrangle you some more water. Thank you for the lurk. Much appreciated for the support, darling. All right, let's see here. How are you feeling today? A little bit better? Let's work on... Well, first we gotta do this, right? We always gotta do this. Oh, wrong one. All right, let's see. Let's train in... We could do a competition license. That'd be a pretty big ask, but I want to try it anyway. Gonna be back in just a bit. All good, Strat. And go. Oh boy. Yeah, we ain't dealt with nothing like this before. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Oh no! My horse is getting pretty tired. Pretty tired horse. Ooh, we just barely have made it, I believe. Not great time. Too slow. Ugh, damn it. Yeah, perhaps I can't be, I'm glad that she didn't get injured, but those are some big jumps to make without wearing a helmet. That's true. That's why I said it's always important to wear a helmet when you're riding horses. But if you're riding animated horses, it's probably okay. Because I like my hair, it's too cute. I'm wearing her body condition down. Do we need to feed her more? Do you need more food? Yeah, I think we do. I think we're gonna have to, hold on. We gotta give her some more food. How do we do that? I wanna, because it looks like I wanna feed her more of the, some of this. But it says that this goes in her feed, oh, this bucket, never mind. Sorry, hold on. Huh, okay. All right, let's try that again. We'll do a different exercise. What do we got for our trail ride? That'd be fun. We are working her out a lot, aren't we? I think I will go download the demo as well. I like the management aspect of this game. Oh, do it, Strat! I would love to see how far you get in this game and how much you fall in love with it and all the horses in it. We'll go down this way this time. Cross the, whoa, that doesn't look good. Why is it smoky? Why is it smoky? Whee! Can I have those? What are those? Oh, what the rebels? This is so cute. This game is so cute. Oh! That should have been way slower. My bad. Probably should not have taken that as a jump. May she not have gotten injured from it. There's a squirrel! Okay, we had one fall, but no injuries. That's good. There's a squirrel over here. All right, let's see. What else can we do? We got, do we have anything for 10? Maybe 10 of them. Do you need some more? Do you need some more? Here, eat some more. Yum, yum, yum. That must have hurt. No, it's all right. I think it's fine. She's fine. Don't even worry about it. All right, let's see. Let's go to, no injuries, because they take a while to fully recover. Well, horses can wind up being put down if there's any injuries sustained by their, anything below the knee, pretty much. Is that a Twitch partner known as TauTassieTiger? Howdy there, Merrily. It sure is. How are you doing? Bless your heart. +5, +8. Not enough strength for that one. That's all right. Let's do one of these. 19. I think I'm gonna exhaust her if I do that. We'll just do this one.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
I just want to get there real quick. Oops. I did too fast. I did too fast. Hope you've been doing well. I'm suffering headaches. Oh, Marley, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's terrible. I hope you feel much better soon. Oh, I'm sorry you're suffering headaches, darling. All right. New day. New goals. Go on a trail ride. They want us to go on a trail ride, all right? And prepare for a competition. Train your horse to at least 60 strength and 40 endurance. Yeah, we're working on that. We're working on that. Wait, did we do that? Wait, does it? So how does that work? Between rounds, I guess it changes. Have some more water. Have some more food. Horse. Horse. All right, let's see. You want to go on a trail ride today? We can manage that. All right, trail ride it is. Let's go on a big one. It is okay. I shall overcome by getting a normal amount of sleep, and that is probably one of the reasons that you ain't been having the best feelings in the head. You know, you gotta get them good rest. Whee! All right, we went down there last time, so this time we'll go up here. This reminds me of my cross-country days. All them, quote, natural obstacles, unquote. We need to let that replenish a bit. We completed a goal, the trail ride. Oh, you got some good sleep last night, did you? I got some pretty good sleep last night too, Strat. Believe it or not. How much sleep did you get? All right, get a little bit of those out of there. And let's see here. We finished that one. All right, still need 60 strength, 40 endurance. I thought it said that was accomplished. I guess it's not. 60 strength, 40 endurance. Oh, we're pretty close on the endurance. All right, let's do a little bit more training, shall we? We'll do the second one. Not as much as you, but 5+ hours. No, you definitely didn't get much of thing. Did you do this with your horse back then? Yeah, I did. I did cross country. I did show jumping. I did dressage. I did barrel racing, pole bending. Oops, see, I jumped too late there. And I did endurance racing, which was my favorite. This is not how you approach jumps, by the way, but it's how I'm approaching them. It's how I'm approaching them today. Thank you very much for the care package, Vegeta. 5+ is good for me. Well, I guess that is true, ain't it? Vegeta, thanks so much for the head pat. Thank you. Did you do the hula hoop thing as well, where they jump through the circle? I'm not sure if I know what you're talking about there, Strat. Could I inquire for more information? The hula hoop thing. All right, let's see. I think we can, 41. 52. I wonder if we can get another 6, I can't count, 8 strength in there before the end of the day. Another 8 strength. Well, that's really pushing it, isn't it? 25. We could get pretty close, but we could also do 6 here. Let's do this one. So obedient. Where they jump through a big hoop. I'm not sure it's part of the sport. I'm not sure. That sounds like some circus acts, but I was very interested in something called vaulting. I didn't really get into it. I kind of learned about it a little too late to start getting into it by the time that I left. But vaulting is gymnastics on horseback. Pretty amazing stuff. If you ain't heard of it, you should go look it up. One of the girls that I used to ride with, she started doing it, and I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. I do approve. Very, very dangerous, but really cool when it works out all right. Let's see here. Hey there, Corbin. Howdy. How's it going? Welcome on in. How you doing? All right, did we make it? We got 58. Oh, right, we got to do 2 more. Let's do a little more. Just a little more training. Let's do another show jumping training. Like, I can't imagine messing up. That could be life-threatening. It is. It definitely is. Absolutely. Howdy doody, we did it. All right, well, I think we may have actually finally, I think we met and exceeded expectations for that. Are the horses' stats going up? They are. We're really training up that cheddar pretty well. All right. Hey, Strap, may I get a poll up for the pals that'll last about 5 minutes to decide whether we play some more of this or whether we go play some googly eyes. Or whether we go play some loot, the loot game, which I keep forgetting. I mean, we could do just a tad more training, but I'll feed you a little more. Tad more training. What? 2? 4? 4 more trainings. Or we can go on a trail. Oh, or well, wait. Lessons tend to degrade, which is not preferred. And 5 might put them over, so we won't do that. We'll do 4. That's exactly right. Yeah, 4. 4 will take it. No, we'll be too tired for that. No, maybe. Okay, no. I guess he's gonna be too tired no matter what. All right, I guess we're not gonna exhaust our poor horse here. No. I'll go open that up. We get to care for a boarder. Care for a boarded horse according to the owner's wishes. You can find requests for this in the office in the main house. Boarders stay for a few days before leaving the yard again. There are different types of boarders. Part board, where you only provide hay or pasture for grazing, and full board, where you gotta feed and brush the horse daily and watch its medical status. The owner comes to exercise their horse, so make sure you feed an appropriate amount of grain. And with schooling, you must take care of the horse and train it. Depending on how much money you want to earn and how much effort you're willing to put in, you can decide which boarders you want to accept. Win a ribbon by placing in the top 3 at a competition in town. Buy a trailer. Build the parking lot to enable driving the horses to the competition. Nice! All right. You guys, please do vote. The poll is up. Let me know if you would like to continue this when we get back from our break in a couple of minutes, or whether you would like to move over to Lootbound. Poll is live. I find this music so cute. So cute. All right, I only have $275, but I'll build this parking lot. This game is gonna be some kid's some kid now's version of Riding Star, which was a little video game that I used to enjoy when I was a youngster. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, and then I did want to see about the borders. Baby wants border. What did they want though? I didn't even read it. Full board. All right, we can do that. We can handle that. Aw, baby's cute. Howdy, baby. Oh, cute. Oh, we can. Oh my God! I just realized I've never pat my horse before. Seems that baby enjoys that. The game does have a lot of cozy vibes. It does. It's true. Please do vote, you guys. Got 3 minutes, and in about 3 minutes, we'll go on that quick break. Here, have some food. Them some expense, but your owner's paying for it, baby. And they said that see, when I was helping out around my ranch, Full Borders also wanted you to exercise their horse too. But I guess they don't want you to here. Horse is healthy. Love that. Love a healthy horse. Is there any poop? No poop. Hey there, Patricia. Howdy. How's it going? Hope the trees weren't too bad for you. They were pretty tough. They were pretty awful. But I'm real glad that, that is what they said, right? Hold on. What does it say for borders? 1 out of 3 days, full board. Yeah, like, I'm really having trouble wrapping my head around the idea that full boarding doesn't mean working the horse out. Oh well, I guess it'll tell me if I fuck it up. Tree heaven. This game is cute, ain't it? Oh, you guys, it's actually kind of close. We got 3 people who want to continue this, 4 who want to go to Loot Pound. We will go to Loot Pound if you don't vote for delicious apples. Find the apple tree on the small forest trail. Stop at the apple tree and pick up some apples. Don't mind if I do. Let's see about do we try and go for a competition? Not enough money. Okay, well, we can try this. Oh, wait, sorry, she's still dirty. I forgot this is a different day. I forgot this is a different day. Here, you go over here first, and then you go here, and I'm gonna clean up all your shit. We're gonna water baby. And we're gonna brush you. Oh my God, you look like a mess. All right, there. And I guess I should probably also clean you. I do find it kind of funny how sometimes we can have a poll with 4 options, with one option winning by 17 votes, but we still constantly tie votes with 2 options, like the 4 to 5 ones, or like what just fucking happened. All right, I'm gonna let you put that up one more time. I swear to God, please don't tie it. Please don't tie it. I'm happy to keep playing this, or I'm happy to play some Loot Bound, but you gotta choose. You gotta choose. All right, let's try a competition, then we'll go on a break, and then maybe you guys will make up your minds. All right, how's this gonna work? Oh, look, it's got pads. It's so cute. The music is so cute. Oh God, this has a pretty strict time limit on it. Oh God, I better run through this. I'll tell you what. We made it. Howdy. 6 second place. Ain't too bad. That ain't too shabby. If I'd picked up the pace a little bit earlier, wouldn't have been too bad, but you know, we got second place. We'll take it. First ribbon. What do you know? Good job, thanks. All right, you guys, the poll is back up. We just won our first ribbon. We're gonna go on a quick 3-minute break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dollars. This is also your meds reminder in case you take any medications or vitamins. I'll set you up with a boss battle and some word searches, but in the meantime, make sure you vote. We got 4 for loot bound, 2 for horses. Don't you dare tie it. Thank you. Ciao. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Wona. Look away, Siv. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a It doesn't have an option for controller. Okay. Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, fuck! I don't know. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No! Don't pick up the water again! Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no! I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my. Wait! Look at him! Hold on. I have some music for you guys that you chose last week. He's so cute. Look at his face! Why is this so far there-ish? As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. I don't know. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. Or whatever. Shut up. Arms. Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we were wed, you will want for nothing. Pray, give your hand unto me. His nostrils flared. Oh my god. My sun and stars, yes, 1,000 times, yes. I am yours and shall be forevermore. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Wona. Look away, Siv. Hello, cutie pies. I am indeed already back. I know, I'm so early. I will get our loot bound set up for you. Okay, arms. Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of
Welcome
time.
back, precious Patricia.
When we were wed, you will want for nothing.
Welcome back, sweetest Strat.
Give your hand unto me. His nostrils flared. Oh my god. My sun and stars, yes, 1,000 times, yes. I am yours and shall be forevermore. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna.
All right. So we'll let
Look
you guys
away,
finish your
Save. We have
words,
to
and
kill them.
then we will resume.
I'm
Resume.
actually shocked that this doesn't have a This doesn't have an option for controller. Okay.
Welcome back, Incredible. I see. I will give you puppies
I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid?
Gotta get ready for Eep. Absolutely, sweetest Suri. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. I will give you guys your game sound right here on Loot Bound. Aha! Welcome back, a lovely lie. Uh-oh, my hands aren't working. Hold on. Wait a moment, please. Come on, hands! Okay. Uppies for you, I see. Good, I see. Welcome back, lovely light. Welcome back to the city. Welcome back, Incredible Ison. Uppies. Yee. Good, Ison. Welcome back to the city. Ooh, loot. Yes, loot. Loot indeed. All right. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, the art is beautiful. Sorry. That had a stub, but I didn't see it. And also, I think it might be a little bit loud. Was there something there I clicked because I was trying to get back into the game, and I think it's a little... Okay. Lootbound is something I have on my list, so I'm excited to see you try. I'm excited to try it. The art style's so fucking pretty, too. The Gate. Ooh. Welcome to Lootbound. On this screen, you can choose the hero who will embark on their run, their dice, and the difficulty. Thank you for the care package, dearest dragon. Let the inner loot goblin free! Free! Bought some old military uniform pieces from New Zealand recently, and they were used as costume pieces in the movies. In movies. They arrived in Australia earlier today and will be hopefully in my possession soon. Very cool, hon. I hope you enjoy. New heroes, dice, and run difficulties will unlock as you progress through the game. When you are ready, press the start button to begin the run. Man, the art's so gorgeous. Holy shit, that's pretty. All right, so we got a mighty warrior carving a path through enemy ranks. Basic attack is shred. Raging defense restores armor and increases damage of the target. Order bonus is doubled. Base dice. Cool. Have to head out. All good, lovely fellows. Thank you so much for hanging out for a bit, hon. It's been a pleasure. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. We'll see you later. Ciao for now. All right, let's see. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. Not even my name. There's a sword in my hands, and that means I'm a warrior? Strange. I feel nothing. I shouldn't I? I remember only the citadel, and that an answer awaits me ahead. Everything is shrouded in fog. I see you. Your hands. I have to remember. Help me. Wildland. Okay. Okay, I see how this works. Cool, 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 cool. Wow, that's a fucking... It's massive, dude. This dungeon is humongous. When you win a battle, you'll get a loot card. The card gives you a few items to choose from. You can move only one item from every loot card to your inventory. Rotate items to use inventory space more efficiently. To free up space in your inventory, you can discard unwanted items. Okay. PC acquired! Let's go! Homebound soon! Exciting! Awesome, Aussie! Congrats! I'm very, very happy for you, Dolan. Very cool. Looks very Diablo? I don't know. I mean, I feel like I can see what you mean with like the map and stuff, but the art style is very, very unique, I would say. It's beautiful pixel art. Lootbound combat is turn-based. During your turn, and I can also see it with like some of the UI. During your turn, select one of the character's available abilities and then choose a target. Using an ability ends the character's turn. Combat is divided into rounds. Each character takes only one turn per round. Turn order is determined by initiative. The higher it is, the earlier the character's turn comes.
At the end of combat, all characters in the party restore armor and mana. Armor is always fully restored, and only a percentage of the total mana is restored. Restores armor and increases damage of the target. Order bonus is doubled. Okay, I'm just gonna test something. Okay, and then we get one of these things. So that's a... I don't have any equipment right now? Shit. What's the tab? Hold hint. Oh, I see. It just deciphers the headings. Okay. Well, a beggar's shirt? If we got literally nothing on us, I'll probably take that. Yeah, why not? Why not? I'll take that. I'll take that and put that there. Slay the Spire, but without the cards. Ooh, I haven't played Slay the Spire. I wonder if I'd like it. Damage types. There are 4 types of damage in the game. Base damage has no special properties. Slash damage deals double damage to health. Crush damage deals double damage to armor. And acid damage ignores armor and deals damage directly to health. Okay. Alright. So... 150. So I'll one-shot him, right? Oh wait, no, does he have... Sorry, I just realized he had some armor there. My bad. Restores armor, increases damage of the target. And this... So 150, does that take off... Does that ignore... Does that remove the... Yeah, okay. We need to rectify that. You must try Slay the Spire. It's a lot of fun. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Pilgrim's Hood. 25 health. 5 mana, 3% dodge. I can tell I'm gonna want mana. What is chaos? Let me see. Increases the effectiveness of curses. Oh, okay. Well, we're warriors, so I'm probably gonna go with absorbs a portion of incoming damage, plus 25 health. I mean, this sells for more, right? But like, I am kind of at the moment trying to survive, so I guess I'll go with this. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Oh, okay. Scared myself. Oopsies. Scared myself. Wee. Okay. What do these mean? Let's see. So, on the left, that is a... What are the arrows? What do the arrows mean? I actually don't see I don't see that particular thing. Obviously, this is a blacksmith. Am I blind? The arrows? Oh, training. I am blind. I am literally fucking blind. Training. That's training. Okay. My bad. Let's go to blacksmith. I might be able to... On this screen, you select a loot card. When you've made your selection, a die is rolled. Your goal is to roll a value greater than or equal to the chosen card's difficulty. Okay. When a roll fails, you are given a chance to roll an additional dice. Oh, I thought this was just going to be something like he'll repair things and buy things off you. This is actually like a mini game. Scaredy Thylacines. Let me see here. The result of the additional dice will be added to the value of the main dice. Important. At the beginning of each biome, you will receive a certain number of additional dice. Use them wisely. Ooh, okay. God, the art's so cool looking. Holy shit, that's so cool. Want me to make enchanted gems for your equipment? Results not guaranteed. Does this give me info if I... Okay, difficulty class is 10. I don't know what my difficulty class is. 14? Thorns would be cool, but I'm gonna just test this because I don't think I quite understand this. Hold on a sec. Wow! That couldn't have gone literally any worse. That really could not have gotten any worse. Thank you for the care package, Patricia. I guess re-roll, but we're not gonna hit 14. Yikes, dude. Woof. Pain. Youch. Wow, Tau, not one on your first roll. That is lucky. That is, in a way, lucky. Some abilities can apply buffs and debuffs, allowing you to strengthen or weaken the target. The effectiveness of buffs directly depends on the character's order points. Are those? No. Order points. The effectiveness of debuffs directly depends on the character's chaos points. Oh, I see. Okay. Some abilities have restorative effects. They allow you to restore your health or armor. Right. The higher the character's order stat, the stronger the restoration effect. Where do I see the order stat? Oh, we get to learn a new ability. Deals double slash damage to the target. Deals damage to the target and increases all allies' initiative and damage. I wonder when we get... I wonder when we get a companion. This would be helpful for a team. Deals damage to the target. Restores armor and increases damage of the target. And we'll deal damage to... Do we want to take out... well, that guy's fucked. Wait, the plus 75, does that mean he's... Oh, yeah, he's like... Oh, he's way OP. But do I want to get rid of his ad first? But his ad also just has... I need something with acid to, like, ignore the armor. This is fun. I like dragging this around. I love the... Wee! Wee! Oh, sorry. This game has some cool mechanics. I like the technicality. Sparkles! I'm making my own magic! They didn't give me a magic option yet, so I wee, wee, wee. Oh, nice. Go me. Okay, I will attack him. Ow. Get him! Oh, the bitch dodged! Oh, that fucking sucks. Order bonus. Okay, I guess I'm doing this again. I need more mana like stat, dude. Oh my god. They're gonna fucking kill me. Holy. Shred, please don't dodge. Thank god. Oh! Oh my god, I'm so bad at this game. Holy shit. Fuck. Kill this guy. Oh my god. Owie. That was really fast. You know, maybe if I didn't roll a fucking nat 1, that might have been good. We got a new room. We got the barracks. Got more depth to it than you first expect. Yeah. What is the barracks? Okay, we can... So we got the warrior. Yeah, we don't have anyone else in here at the moment. Spend memory shards to increase your character's power during runs. I see. I don't have anything close to the ability to do that. Back to the gate. All right. Let's see if we get any luck here. That was a nice stream. See you tomorrow. Yeah, really. Okay. Starting small. Again. Mada. Alright, what have you got? 25 health, 6 initiative, 40 armor and fortitude. Ooh, 8 fortitude. That's
Mada?
not
Who will?
bad. Mada? Who will? I think I'm actually gonna go with this guy. This is quite tempting. Choose a potion, traveler, but remember, you can take only one. Restores 200 health. Well, that would have been helpful, wouldn't it? Deals 500 damage to the target. I'll take the healing potion. Consumables are items with unique effects that can be used only once. To be able to use them in combat, you must equip consumables in a dedicated slot in the inventory. To use a consumable, select it during your turn and then choose a target. Only your character can equip and use consumables. Important. Unlike abilities, consumables don't end a character's turn. Right. I will put that where it belongs. These games take a bit to get used to, but once you get the hang of all the systems, it's a lot of fun. Oh yeah, I could definitely tell that, yeah. You got a new weave for free. It's true. It escaped my mouth. Raging defense. Oh! Demolished. Patchwork shirt. And what's this? Is that a flute? It is a flute. A rhythm flute. My order is 40. I also don't quite understand. Increases the effectiveness of blessings, healing, and armor. What's this guy? Man, I can't. 50 health, 20 armor. I think I will grab that. Survivability, first and foremost. Character design is great too. It's very cool. Yeah, the whole art style, everything about it is really pretty. Time to learn a new ability. Increases damage and critical power to the target. Deals damage to the target. Increases all allies' initiative. That's the one I had before. I don't... Increases damage and critical power to the target. Order bonus is doubled. I think I might go with... That sounds hypothetically good for a warrior. I was thinking, why does this game remind me so much of Baldur's Gate 3? And then I realized, oh wait, it's a D&D inspired turn-based RPG. Of course it reminds you of PG 3. I wonder if I should just like try and 150. I am kind of tempted to just go for it. Nice, yes. Nice. Okay. 25 health, mana, initiative. What is initiative in this context? Okay, it is turn order. Okay, never mind. I was like, I thought that it just was kind of a blanket. Okay, let's grab this. This is huge. This is such a big thing in my inventory. Damn, you got crazy damage. I did. Okay, we've already gone to the blacksmith. Let's try the training spot. You're getting good? I don't know about that, but okay, but everything has to... But will it do you any good? Well, that's a good question. Acid damage would be cool. Difficulty class 7. I mean, that's a little bit... Please don't 1. Nice! Yes! I'm thrilled with that. Okay. Acid damage goes from 0 to 20. Okay, what is this? This is just a bad guy? Or is this... Oh, it's a companion! Companion! We're meeting our first companion. Oh my god, they're so cute! Look at them both! Look at... Oh my god, I love them both. If only you gotten a 14 on the previous roll. True. Alright, we have a bard and a witch. The bard is an unyielding minstrel whose music can inspire hope or bring ruin. The witch is an insidious sorceress who unleashes curses and pestilence on all who stand in her way. Okay, so what is his core of concentration? What is this? Attacks the target with the lowest health. So you don't get to control these guys at all. Increases critical power to self. Attacks the target with the lowest health also. And reduces target fortitude. What is fortitude in this context? I feel like that would be the health, but that's not, because health is that. Does this show if I do Hand of Pain? Cord of concentration. You know who I'll choose. Defense. Oh, fortitude is defense. Oh, well, let's go with her then. Ooh, choose your companion's special ability. I can't do those. Win with the witch as a companion to unlock. Okay, so we can't get that yet, but deals bonus acid damage to the target based on chaos. Okay, it's our only option. Battle time. I like these designs. Me too, me too. All right, that's right, the witch. Now I wish that I did have my little special. What does she do? So she has entropy arrow. Triggers if there is one monster exactly. Okay, let's see. Wait, hold on. I can use this on her. Order bonus. Does she even use order? Isn't she like pure chaos? I would imagine, based on what that description said, she probably is. I get order bonus though. I'll fucking do it. Wow! Yeah, get him! Fuck! Get him, girl! Get him! Alright, get him! There's one enemy. Do you get to do the thing now? Yeah? Was that what she did? The entropy arrow? I think she did. Oh, fuck. He dodged. Ouch. Now that you have a companion, you have added a layer of strategy to the game. True. She hits hard. She does. This feels Slay the Spire 2 coded with the ability to have companions. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I haven't played Slay the Spire or Slay the Spire 2, but I have seen some people play it a little bit, and I'm like, don't you have companions? No, those are other players. Some items possess... Oh, cool. A special property, an aura. Items with auras grant bonuses to adjacent items within their area of effect. Ooh, this reminds me of Moonlighter. Moonlighter does this with their inventory management system. To activate an aura on adjacent items, trigger its activation condition. Important, auras can only affect certain item types. Ooh, well, you know I'm not gonna go with that boring old thing there when you got this. Cleaving Whirlwind. The aura affects anything to the left, up, right, and down. Okay, let's try this. Oh, I understand. Okay, so if I want everything to have this, I need to probably rejig some stuff. Yeah, hold on a second. We actually only have 3 things, so I guess it's probably fine if they're all being impacted by this, yeah? Yeah. What is... Oh, and she... Oh, I can put stuff in her thing, too. That's cool. She's also got an inventory to manage. We're fucked if she dies and I've got her carrying some important stuff, though. Her head is detachable. Do whatever you want with that info. What? That's a couple of comparisons to Slay the Spire now. Yeah, it's true. It's true. They don't have a demo, unfortunately. Nice. You got an epic item. She's a potion traveler, but remember, you can only take 1. Listen, healing is probably still gonna be it. Hey! If you have a companion in your party, you can equip gear to them as well. Companions cannot equip consumables. That's alright. I'm taking both of these. Next battle. Don't jinx it, Tau! Yeah, my bad. My bad. Alright. Attack power is 40. Actually. Damn it! God, I need to be faster. They're dodging my shit. Alright, I need to do a replenishment of my armor next. Don't kill my witch, bitch! She's just taking them out for me while I stand here. I love it. This is great. Thank you. Thank you. Nice. Like Shadowheart in that one stream did. She died and all her gear went down with her. That was a bit of a bummer. Yeah, that kind of fucking sucked, didn't it? Okay, I think they're clearly encouraging me to put this on her. 25 mana, minus 40 armor, minus 8 fortitude, plus 6% dodge. Plus 10 mana, plus 25, minus 8 slash, minus 10, plus 9. I guess I'll give her this one. Shadowheart's ineptitude at hitting things before getting her stats modified needs to be studied. Okay, we haven't been to a chest before. Let's look at the chest. You got OP support. She does the heavy lifting. She does. Ooh, okay. It seems this chest holds treasure, but how valuable is it? I would love this. The Dirk of the First Wind would be cool, but it's a difficulty class of 14, and I'm so not gonna do great enough for that. I'd like to compare this with what I currently have, but I don't think I can. That. Oh, we can, if we do this, we can get plus 12 thorns to stuff. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. I think that I might be able to. Difficulty class 7. Yes! Let's fucking go! Yeah, give me that. I also spaced the fact that I already have something in here. Oops. Okay. I do want more thorns, though. So what is this thing giving me? Plus 30 slash damage. Okay, I would like for... Let me move this guy. Maybe up there. Excuse? Can I? Oh, it's because it's overlapping on multiple things. Okay. You go there. Oh no, am I gonna have to get rid of something? Fuck. Maybe I won't. Hold on. What is his... Okay, this thing takes up 6 spots. That's annoying. Can I put this there for a second while I... Yeah. Cool. Okay, 6 slots. Is there a way for me to... I hate that these are, like, uneven. Are you able to rotate objects? Oh, I think, actually, I don't, Can you? Oh, yes, you can. You can rotate objects. Oh, you're so smart. Oh, I'm so glad you are here. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Thank you. Okay. I was like, why? No, I'm gonna have to get rid of stuff. No, no need. Put that back there. Put this. Put this. Yeah. Put this. That's just a blanket. I would love to put spikes on everything, though. I'm actually a little bit less fussed with getting the +/ damage for everything. Glad I could help. Thank you! I was waiting until she knew she could do it by herself. I was gonna get rid of stuff. Didn't you want to give the companion stuff, too? Most of the stuff I have here is probably mostly good for me. I did give my companion some stuff earlier. But I wish I could flip things. Okay, well, I've fit everything now. And this actually is hitting everything. And that's hitting 2 things. So, you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. That's fine with me. Moonlighter backpack battles and backpack hero would be the closest to this. And then Slay the Spire, I think. Yeah, it's the inventory management reminds me of Moonlighter, which I love. You did it! Yay! All right, let's go boop. Oh, thank God. Nice. Ow. Stores armor, increases damage and critical power to the target. Here, you go do something. Go do a thing. Go do a thing. Nice. Yes. Uh-oh. Okay. Plus, oh, we can put some more thorns for when she gets attacked. She doesn't really get attacked that much, though. I might give her this, actually. Potion time, potion time. Oh, I also just realized well, I mean, it cannot be rotated. What about a bomb? I can't give that to her, can I? That sucks. I haven't drunk these yet. No! Fuck! Can I consume this now? I don't really need it. Fuck. No. Oh, well, this is such a waste, but I guess... Oh, I got some money from it. That's cool. Turn off raids in 10? Yes! That's a good idea, sweetest strat. I do be home. Now to stay in lurky while I wire up the PC. Awesome, honey. Welcome home. No, indeed. Okay. I'll go after you. Rawr. Oh, fuck, dude. Nice, crit. I'm just buffing her and she's just one-shotting everything. Go! Maybe how much HP do I have total? Typically? This is gonna recover 200 health, so I'm like debating. Maybe I'll just fucking do it. Nice. Okay. That was a slight waste, but it's fine. It's fine. This mechanic is preventing my loot goblin hoarder instincts caged and locked away. No! I will restore my armor a bit. Yes! Rush damage and +10 order, health and initiative. I don't know about, let me see. +50 armor, +20 health. Health, mana, initiative. I might give her this, actually, and I might grab this. This mechanic is preventing my goblin hoarder instincts is very funny. Time to learn a new ability. Assault Strike. That's the one that can increase all allies' initiative and damage. Deals damage to the target. Increases hero critical power and initiative. I'll do... This is a mana drain, though, isn't it? Oh, hey, Nix. Welcome back. We've been back for a little while, but uppies for you. There you go. Focus Strike. Deals damage to the target. This is Hero Critical Power Initiative. I'll go with this one. Should have placed it one tile higher or rotated it to get both slash and needle damage. I mean, I guess I can probably do that pretty much anytime, right? Okay. Nice. Can you take that guy out, please? Take that guy out. Do it. Do it. Nice. Ow. Okay. Let's deal damage to you. Pop! Ow. Just grind away. Ooh, what's that? Broken cuirass. Ooh, 80 armor. Ooh. Return that. What's this? Ooh, plus 20 thorns. I do love thorns. They are very cool. But this is probably gonna be the most useful. I just gotta figure out how I wanna put it in here. That's got plus 12 thorns on it, plus 12 thorns on it. This one's not. This is just barely not in that. I see. Okay. Just a little bit of a pain. I guess this can probably fit here-ish. And then... Oh, wait, does that... No, that doesn't quite exactly fit. Damn. Maybe I'll have to give her one of these things too. This stupid hammer! With its weird shape. What a nice armor you got there. May I personally get personally long overdue uppies while I wire everything to my liking. Of course, uppies are for everyone. Good, Ozzy. Hey there, cutie Kalashuna. Welcome on in. I hope I'm saying your name right. Please let me know if I'm not. But thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here, hun. Okay. This is... Fuck. It's literally hitting, like, just barely not... Okay. Is this... What is this? This is a full 6 space. Or 3x3. 3x3. We'll give both of those... it's not really that much of a change, is it? Damn. Let's see. All right. I wonder if I... It's plus 80 armor. That's a lot of armor. All right. I'll give her this. She'll be more well protected. I'll grab this, and then I'll get better at this fucking game. Do you like my plan? Do you like my plan? Okay. At least everything is getting thorned. That's good. Everything's got thorns now. So that's good. All right, what's this? This is an elite enemy. Ooh, I have almost no mana though. But I want to. Anyway. Yikes. Oh my god. 3,700. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, I may have made a bad decision. Frozen. Hi there, sweetest star. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for the raid. I'm so sorry. My brain is like fucked today. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. If you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. How are you doing, hun? How was arting? When will your next stream be, star? Good to have you. Thank you so much for coming in. Okay, I gotta save the last of this mana to recover my armor, I think. So let's see where we go with this. Oh my god, dude, he's gonna fucking murder me. Corruption? Increases damage received by 100? Fuck you! That's terrible. Oh god. Okay, okay. Ow. Okay, he slowed me, which is not great. Okay. I need my armor back. Armor back, please. Oh my gosh. I need you to do something more. I need you to do more. We're gonna die. We're gonna fucking die. Well, wait, I've got... False. I won't die yet. I've got a health potion. Okay, now I'll probably die. I'm glad I saved that health potion. Oh god. Oh my god, this is gonna be kind of close. Oh, just kidding. Aced it. Ooh, these are cool. These are very cool. I have to go to work in the morning, so I must sleep. All good, Swedish Shadowgun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for coming in. Hi, doing good. Next stream is tomorrow. Gonna be Minecraft. I spent today making a horror circus kind of setup out of cardboard for my friend's birthday. That's awesome. Very cool. Very, very cool, hun. Well, you guys, please check out Lovely Star, who is going to be streaming tomorrow with some Minecraft. Thank you so much for the raid, darling. I know you've been streaming those long hours, so if you gotta, you know, run away and go and take good care of yourself, please go ahead. In the meantime, I will take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for him. You did it! Yay! Thank you, Sweetest. Okay, now we gotta... Oh, man, it sucks I can only take one of these. Okay, affects hood. What is a hood effect? What does that mean? It just applies +6 mana and +4 chaos to everything? Or we could double up on the thorns. Do I want to get rid of this? Crush damage, +10 order. It is kind of annoying. 50 health, 20 armor, 80 armor, sword, 30 slashing damage. Let's see. Of course, it's totally not 1 a.m. for me. Oh my god, hon, yeah, please get some rest. I'm angry at Twitch. I tried raiding on Saturday after I played Outlast. It probably wouldn't let you because, I turn off raids about 15 to 20 minutes before we're gonna finish up so that you don't, like, waste your raid on us and you just come in and it's like, oh, hi, thank you so much for the raid, sorry, we're reading, you know? So that might have actually been my fault. I'm so sorry, if that was the case, hun, but it's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. This looks cool. It does look cool, doesn't it? This is a cool game. It takes more focus than some of the stuff that I play, which is why I'm a little bit more quiet, but I hope you don't mind. +6 acid damage, seems promising. I feel like acid damage stuff is pretty... I don't suppose I can, like... If I recycle things, right? Does that mean I can't loot something then? Oh, it wouldn't let me raid anyone on Saturday. Oh, okay, that's weird. That's weird. Oh no, I'm sorry, hon. No, never a towel. Never a towel. Wait, I'm not boring. I'm not quiet. Or, let's do acid. Let's do the acid thing. This, I wonder, I might actually be able to fit this. I kind of have doubts actually, but I might be able to fit. Wait, is this not for me? Is that what the problem is here? I have to put this here and then... Oh my god, there's more shit! Yo, that's so cool! Hold on, can I put this here? Oh no, does this say only for her or something? Oh, it's a weapon. Oh, can I only have one weapon? Oh no, it does say witch. Sorry, I'm fucking blind. I'm literally blind. Okay, sorry. Stupid. Let's do acid. No, stay. Yande Twitch. Yande Twitch. No, stay. Raids off. Okay. Oh, the stream not glitching. Got it. Stream not the glitching. Yes, I will turn off the raids now. Give me just a sec. We will continue playing this for a little while yet. Let's see. All right, so this is universal. It's -8% dodge, not that I'm capable of dodging anyway, as has been demonstrated. Oh, it's fine, they're a bit quiet. Oh, yay. Yay, thank you. And then we've got this, the acid! I want an acid thing, but that's for the witch too. Does she even have the space for that? Not really, but I'm also not doing the finest in inventory management. I like extensive amounts of armor. It's pretty cool. I need to figure out a way to get this like literally in the middle here. Hold on. I also want everything to have spikies, thorns. We do tank a lot of those hits. Yeah, they mostly attack us. So, well, this technically has to be in the middle, doesn't it? Okay, hold on. I'm okay with losing that if it means keeping this other stuff. So will we even have to do that? Ooh, we might not have to. I'll have 3 things impacted by that. And then I can fit that there. Okay, cool. Nice. Let's do acid? Fuck, I need to heal, dude. Oh. If you swap the helmet and leather jacket, you could fit that maul right below there. You moved everything around. That works too. Yay! All right, let's see. Happy I was able to catch you tonight, though. I always enjoy watching your streams, even though half the time I miss them because Twitch decided not to give me notifications. That's okay, lovely star. I really appreciate you coming in and for the raid, hun. Thank you, thank you. But yes, you need to go to bed, darling. As much as I would love to have you hang out, I need you to get some sleep, okay? I know it's late. I say just specialize in 1 or 2 things. It should help you get far, at least in the initial runs. That's fair. That's a good point. Well, it's not like I have any option here, is it? I guess I'll go for this. Oh god, I'm so glad I have armor, dude. Ugh. Fuck! This bitch dodges! Ah. Okay, finish him. Go get that guy. Go get him. Go get him. Yes! You have acid anyway. Do it. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. But I don't want, I'm not tired. Although it doesn't help, I also sat with a bright lamp at eye level for 5 hours. Yeah, that probably wouldn't be great. I hope that you do get some rest though, honey. I won't force you to go to bed. You're welcome to hang out. We won't be going for too much longer. I think what I might actually do, I might literally just like snooze all of our optional ads. And then once we're like 5 minutes away from that, we'll just finish up then. So that means we have about a half an hour of stream left. Maybe a little bit less, 25 minutes or so. A proper mouse, a proper keyboard, no more touchpads. So good. Very nice. Congratulations, hon. Universal, 4% crit chance. I like when she crits. She's a monster. I was supposed to sleep before it gets too late. Okay, sounds good, honey. Yay! Oh my god, give me this. I need this so bad. I will use it right now if you let me. I really will. Yeah, 28 minutes to go. Probably a little bit less because I'll need to like actually wrap up, and you know how long it takes me to do that. All right. Ooh, let's see. I gotta slowly work my mana back up too. I will go after you first. Yes. Oh no! Don't hit her! Hit me! I'm fucked if I lose my companion, I reckon. Gonna head out now? All good, Precious Patricia. Thanks for dropping in for a quick second. It was really good to see ya. I hope you have a good one. Kill him before he breaks my armor, lady. Please, 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 we have to. Please, 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 please. Yes. Okay. Dark Cleft Ring. Ooh, +7 vampirism. Interesting. What if I just become a ring wielder? A ring wielder. Accessory. This would be helpful for me. Would be very helpful for me. I don't know if I'm able to fit that though. Well, hold on. Let me move this. Like here-ish. If we move that forward, we can't move that forward though. Can I tilt this? Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. No, damn. Can I? Yay. Fuck. I don't think there's enough spaces here. Bye-bye. Can't wait to start adding a drawing of your avatar on my canvas. I'm so excited to see it, Santa Stellar.
Surprise communism. Surprise communism, indeed.
Fuck. I want Nom 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 nom. Ooh, oh no, damn, so close. What if you're down here? What if, what if you're up? What if you're here? No, you're already there. Damn, stupid. This thing has a stupid. The mallet has a fucking stupid handle. It sticks out. Rings of power, I see. Ah, yes. If possible, I would love to have the rings of power. Oh, wait. Okay, I got that one. Okay, this guy's just not gonna fit. Damn it. Well, plus 50 health and plus 20 armor is not that much. But, and I am getting thorns for, like, all of... This is hitting thorns for 1, 2, 3, 4 things, which is great. I'm gonna slowly start getting rid of all the stuff that doesn't have an aura anyway, I think. Give it to the lady. This one, I don't know if that's gonna fit in her inventory either. I don't think it is. I think I'll trash that and get money. Hope I didn't make a stupid mistake. Okay, we're at the blacksmith, though, and we are hoping we don't get a fucking nat 1 again. Thorns. I do love thorns. Slash damage. Vampirism. Dude, the vampirism's cool. You need another companion? I would love one. It looks like the aura only affects certain item types. Thorns on plate. Oh, actually, that's true, Bear. No, you're right. I forgot they did say that. I literally read that. My bad. Yeah, you're right. You are right. I'll need to rejig that then. We need more companions for sure. Agreed. Another pack mule. That would be nice. Okay, let's try thorns. Let's do the middle class. Surprise! Oh my god! We've been so lucky this run, dude. Blacksmith crystals allow you to improve your item's attributes. Drag a crystal onto one of your items to enhance it. Each item has a limited number of slots for crystals. Installed upgrades cannot be removed or rearranged. Oh, it's so little. A little guy. Give me that. So do I just put it on something? Like, for instance, on this? Oh, yeah, you do. You can just imbue this with, Huh. It looks fucked up. What's wrong with it? Oh, I guess it's just, look at the color. It looks like it's been... It looks like it's broken, but, no. It's fine, okay. Did I put that on the right thing? I assume... Oh, wait, maybe... No, shit, I might not have done that properly, huh? Or does it count even if it's on... Fuck. What does it say? Does it tell you which, things deal reflected, damage when taking damage? So it only... Does that only work on armor? Did I just waste that? Fuck! I'm so stupid! Fuck! That's okay. We're sure to die soon anyway. Alright. Is all allies initiative and damage. Always make a good thing better, not an average thing good. Oh, I like that, Strat. I like that. I mean, it's kind of sad, but yeah. Who am I dealing damage to? 280, 400, 400. I'll love you. Oh my god, he's gonna kill her. Don't kill her, please. Don't kill me either. Just don't attack us. We must... okay, I'll just help. I'll help. Yes, good job. Okay, got rid of the big guy. Big guy is gonzo. All right, you. Nice. I like that she follows your lead. She's like, okay, if you start attacking this thing, I will also attack it. Dude, I need mana so bad. Madman's Helm. 20 armor, 10 thorns, 25 health, 3% dodge. 25 health. I don't know if I'm gonna get much use out of this. I guess I can put this here. Wait, hold on. Let me look at the, Is anything here worth a crazy amount? Not really. I might just sell that, actually. That's okay. We're sure to die soon anyway. I'm not sure what hypothetical movie the thing Tao just said is in, but I'm sure it's one of my favorites. I don't mean it. I'm sorry. It's such a bummer. I'm definitely, I'm realistic, right? About, oh, fuck, this is an elite enemy, and I have not very much HP. And I have also virtually no fucking mana. I'm so screwed, dude. I better heal. And I guess, here we go! Oh my god, he dodged. Oh, we're so screwed. Ah. Oh my god, he's a tank! Oh my god, did she heal herself? Does she have vampirism? Did I give her a vampiric thing? Oh my god, this is the end for zombie Shakespeare. Ouch! Ugh, fuck me, alright. Oh, we're so close! No, please, no! We're so close! Ah! Fuck! This thing's gnarly, it is. Damn it. Fuck! That was so close. If she had like critted, we would have beaten him. Fuck. Okay, let's see if there's any, do we have money for this? We still don't have enough money for this because I failed. All right, back on the grind. Okay, let me see if I can mow through this. Beep boop bop, beep boop bop. Nice. What do we start with? Initiative, plus 10 order, crush damage, crush damage. Let's start with you. Start our collection. I'm taking this. Please give me that. I will get through this quickly this time. Maybe, if we're lucky. Okay. Plus 50 health, plus 5 mana, plus 4% crit chance. I'll just pop that there. What's this again? Have we been here? Oh yeah, new ability. Assault strike deals damage to the target, increases all. This is such a mana sink, dude. Fuck. Deals bonus slash damage based on thorns. Okay, we're definitely doing thorns. We're doing more thorns, guys. More thorns this time. I didn't learn my lesson last time. Absolutely not. I don't really want to use. But I will. I'll do it. We got it this time. We are wiser. It's true. So much wiser. I'm gonna deal an immense amount of crush damage. Oh my gosh! Side paper bag! Thank you for the pallet tax, CD. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I also know that I want a companion as soon as possible, which is literally up there, okay. We got training we can do. We got, let's go here. I need to play this game as well. You keep tempting me. It's a pretty cool game. NeoGreg gave a really good recommendation with this. Rush damage. Ah, fuck it. We had such good luck last time. Surely we'll have a great run this time. Let's go! I'll take it. Plus 60, am I allowed to just put it in here? No, I have to put it on something? That sucks. Okay, so crush damage, I guess that would go on a weapon, but these are fucking shitty. Fine. I'll make you not shitty. All right, who is our... Oh, we got a paladin here. An indomitable servant of the gods, always ready to protect those in need. Attacks the target with the lowest health, restores armor to self. Maybe we should try it with him? I mean, he could share the burden of getting beat on. Yeah, he can be a warrior and a paladin. Restores armor and increases damage of all allies. That's pretty cool. Thank you so much for the care package, Asamazi. Meaty, hello, how are you? Good to see ya. Nice. Kill him. Kill him. Oh my god, you gotta kill harder than that, bud. Come on. Let's give it a try and go well with the thorn damage. Yes, that would be good. Maybe I'll put this here. And what is the exclamation point? Oh, are they just saying like, hey, he can do things too? I know. I'm aware. All right, let's grab another one of these. I always go for health. Always. I wish I had a multi-target option here, but I don't. Wish I had bits to scare with, but soon. I hope not. Okay, so he's not hitting like a truck, but he's still a tank, right? Like that's that's what I'm hoping for. Plus 10 order, crush damage, more crush damage, baby. You know what? You can have this. Here, have that. We can fight or we can die. I mean, blacksmith. Health is a good choice with the 2 tanks you have. It's true. It's true. Slash damage. I really want vampirism back. It was really cool. Acid damage. Let's try it. Let's give it a shot. You're crushing it, Tau. You're so crushing it. I like. Oh, fuck. Extra roll. Go. Dude. Damn it. Probably should have guessed that. Oh, well. I don't have thorns on me at the moment, do I? Dude is tanky as fuck. 400-ish armor and 800 health. Damn. What is... Ooh. Aha! I wonder who I could give that to. Here you are, sir, for a job well done. I think I'll literally put this as in the middle as I possibly can. I hope it impacts everything around it. Oh, more potions! Fuck! I don't have any use for these. I'm full up on consumables. I have 2 of them already. Damn it. Give me money. I'm gonna regret that in about T-2 minutes, I think. Because I have no other choice. You got the Tau badge! You did, beautiful Bublin! Congrats, my darling! Congrats! Wait. Okay, he's fucking me up. Hold on. The next time I get actually hit, I'll probably use my potion. Acid damage and chaos. I will probably get rid of that pretty soon, but... You got your Tau badge too! You did, Eisen! It looks so good on you guys! Cutie pies. New ability. Deals bonus slash damage to the target based on armor reserve. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's do that. We haven't tried that before. That sounds cool. Is the Tau badge when you get it permanent? Yes, it is. As long as you get it within this week, it is permanent, but it is only on this channel, is the only thing. Deity. Have we met a deity yet? Am I stupid? Oh, no, we haven't. The ancient altar demands an offering. Sacrifice your party's mana to receive a divine gift? Oh, fuck you. Oh, what's that? Minus 12 initiative? Woof. Plus 24 acid damage, though. Was I doing anything with acid this round? Do you want this, bruh? You want that? Here, you can have it. Don't die. Don't die with it, okay? We got an elite enemy coming up who's gonna fucking eat us. Oh, very nice, Ozzy. That's an Iron Maiden. It is indeed. Scary shit. Okay, so because of armor reserve, let's try this. Ooh! Ah! Gotcha, bitch! Oh, and he dodged! What a fucking legend. I still need to get stuff with thorns on it, too. Owie. This gets burnt down very slowly. Okay, now I need a heals. And... my friend, if you could, restore my armor. bit more, I could use this again. Although, oh, no, just kidding. No, just kidding. I'm gonna need the consumables again. Oh my god, I'm gonna need another round of consumables. Please, quickly, please. Dude, he does no fucking damage. My paladin does no damage. He's gonna get me fucking murdered. Ah! No! No more paladins. Fuck you, guy. Damn it. Well, that was sad. Thanks, Strat. It was sad. Thorns! Give me thorns! All right, I'll try this. I'll try one more, but we will if I do remotely okay, we'll probably have to quit in the middle of a run, but we'll try it anyway. We still have 10 minutes. That was fast. Yeah, I'm so quick. The pouch, no more paladins. No! There's still paladins allowed in the pouch, just not in my team. Crush damage. I mean, I expected the paladin to do better. I know, me too. I thought he would, like, tank a little more. I don't know. I think it must be close to the Tau badge, another hour or two, but I can't see on mobile. Oh, fair enough, Swedish Shy Paperback. Well, if you come on back tomorrow, we're playing some Final Fantasy tomorrow, then feel free to come on through, and then you will also get your Tau badge then. Training. Acid damage, mana, health 100. Yes! Please! Fuck! Please! Yes! I'm so dramatic. Nice! 800 health! If he was a tank, shouldn't he have the ability to taunt? That's what I thought too. Was he Paladoomed? Then I will also be Tautastic. Aw, Swedish Shy Paperback, you're already Tautastic, sweetie pie. Don't worry about it. Almost everyone should be able to get the badge. That's true. That's true. That is my goal with the badge. All right, let's see. That one. Yeah. Hey, dodge ya beach. I got him. Cloak of spells. More crush damage. This crush damage? Yeah, I will wear this for but a moment. What is this? This is our deity. That's the deity. I don't care. Oh, what is that? That's cool, but I want the one that's harder to get. Don't betray me, dice. Don't betray me, dice. Yes. All your characters should have the ability to taunt. It's just who you are. It's true. It is who I am. Yes. Cool. What does that give me? Oh, slash damage cap. A companion. If the witch is available, I'm taking her with me. Even though we have 8 minutes. Let's go, witchy. Let's go, witchy. Do you know the badge requirement could go up to 100 subs and 24 hours of watch time for the week? It's crazy if anyone actually used the max. Yeah, I did see that. That is kind of crazy. I mean, I suppose if you were like massive and you were like, oh, I don't really care if I'm kind of, you know, I don't really care if I must drain the bank accounts. 100 subs is crazy. I actually don't think that the 20 for people who stream fairly often and like with, you know, multiple times a week with like 4+ hours of streams, I would say is pretty feasible to hit even 25 hours of watch time. But like 100 subs is actually insane. I do believe that is actually crazy. Which character do you want, Tau? Yes, witchy bitch is back. You're gonna lurk, all good, beautiful bubble, and enjoy making that plushy pattern. They changed this recently then. It was 8 hours max just a couple of weeks ago. Wait, was it? 8 hours max, damn. See, that seems like not a whole lot to me, but I suppose it depends. What is this? Slash damage, oh. Done. Ooh, a consumable. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Ease. If you move the drum to the right one space, you could slide the sword between them like a sword sandwich. Ooh, that would also have worked. You're totally right. Maybe we will try that once we replace... I'm not married to any of the stuff we currently have in there, so... Do it! Do your thing, lady! Yas! Ow! Take him out. Yes. Ooh, a coiling staff. You can have that. Here you go, enjoy. Whee! Oh, we got another consumable so quickly! We better watch out and use them sometime. Batos. Here we go. Here we go. A scowie, scowie, scowie. Get him. Arr. A jester's cap. Here, have some armor, lady. Training. Give me something cool. Crush damage, chaos thorns. Thorns! Okay, we're definitely gonna lose this one. Oh, wait! Oh, wait! Sick. 21, baby. Okay, so plus 60 thorns. This is what I wanted in my entire life. Can I put... So those go on... I just realized I might hate what I've done here because I hate
Pretty lady.
that. And I think that does it only work on... Does it... Can I apply it to this sword? I mean, I think I can. It looks like I can. Yeah, I think I can. It lets me. I hope it still functions. Pretty lady. Hi, dearest Darth. Welcome on in. Oh no, we're gonna run out of time. There's a problem with me getting involved in a game and then being like, ooh, right, and then snoozing all of the ads and then realizing, oh shit, I snoozed all the ads. Oh fuck, now I have to finish up stream or else. I like sandwiches. I make a mean sandwich with fried egg, slices of turkey, sliced mozzarella cheese, and then thrown into a frying pan. Yo, that sounds incredible. Yummy. Yummy! Okay. This game is actually fucking sick. I do like this. This is really cool. Combat readiness. We gotta hurry. Oh my god. We have like less than 3 minutes. Okay, I still gotta find somebody to raid, so. Unfortunately, we do have to finish up here, but what did we think of these today? What did we think of our games today, you guys? Did you enjoy them? I hope you did. Oh my god, Loopbound just opened up a
Yugi, I don't
demo
understand how
survey.
to play
That
this
scared
game.
me. I don't understand how to play this game. It's true. But yes, sweetie pies, thank you so much for joining me. I had such an amazing time with you, as always. Thank you so much for attending our second ever partner stream. We are checkmarked, baby. I'm glad we got you through the trees. Hate you game rather quickly for the sake of mental health. Yeah, that was worth screaming about for sure. Ooh. You know who we might go and see? We might go and see the lovely Sam to the Slaughter. Sam is someone who has raided in a number of times and is currently doing some pal worlding. So I think we're gonna go and see them. Massive thank you to our incredible raiders, the lovely Frozen Star Dreamer, the fabulous Neo Greg, who that last demo that you guys were really enjoying, he recommended that one, so shout out to him. The Valiant Viper, what an absolute angel, literally angelic Vtuber. And then the Valiant Void Android. Thank you ever so much, you guys. I do appreciate it. And then lastly, massive thank you to our top tier patrons. I will have your Pouch Pal YCHs ready for you once you let me know if you like cherries or blueberries the most, okay? And I'll also be putting up a poll for, well, a thread for you to let me know, what you would like for your monthly tutorial, okay? Precious Pocky! Hi, gorgeous! Shout out to Precious Pocky, B2 Dubs, amazing streamer. We only have like a minute and a half, so I better not get too caught up on like Save and Pocky and Neo Greg and all the amazing people here. But thank you so very much to our incredible patrons, Red Tempestus, wonderful Hiyuki Yorino, the amazing Umberkit 31, Cutie Katashax, the lovely Lavender Rose 26, and the radical Ryoko Stara. Thank you so very much, you guys, for your amazing support over there. We are gonna go and see the lovely Sam to the Slaughter, who we haven't seen for a minute. And like I said, it's playing Pal World, so I hope that is a fun place to drop you off. Cutie pies, if you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you have to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. I will see you in under 24 hours for our next stream of Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Word. Feel free to come and join us if you're interested. And remember to take the best care of yourselves because, you know, I would take the best care of you. Shout out to our raiders, shout out to our mods, shout out to our amazing subbies and gifters and tier biddies and blah, blah, blah. Thank you guys so much. I really, really do appreciate it. I love you lots. Miss you terribly, and see you soon. Mwah.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Surprise communism! Rah, darling.
Murder? Bye-bye.